Another season, another RMR cycle begins with teams across the globe battling it out head-to-head domestically to see if they can qualify for the grandest stage of them all. 56 teams enter this cycle, but only 24 will make it to the major. Who's going to make it from Asia Pacific? There's only one way to find out. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome to the Asia Pacific RMR for the Perfect World Major, hosted in Shanghai. My name is Cody Cast. Joining me is the lovely Scriv, and we have got two absolute banging best of ones and two more after that with Yumi and Tea Time as well. Dude, I cannot wait to kick this off, and we're kicking off the entire RMRs as well.
Yeah, man, very much looking forward to getting into it, of course. You know, there's a lot at stake here, as you have just set up, and it's a little bit of a cutthroat one when you come into the Asia RMR as well. You know, a few less spots, a few less teams entering, a few question marks around those teams as well. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting kind of day with the BO1s also. Can always lead into some upsets and whatnot. These are obviously the teams that are taking part here. As mentioned, you know, just the sort of 8 teams coming in, a lot of them having to qualify in, and only a few of them getting those invitations. So yeah, it's really an awful lot to kind of play for here.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 teams invited directly from the Valve regional rankings, that being the Mongols, FlyQuest, Lynn, Vision. Qualifying teams as well from the opens and the closed, being the ones on the right of your screen. Let's give you a rundown of what that format looks like though. Like we mentioned, 8 teams, 3 directly invited by Valve, and the remaining 5 invited through those closed qualifiers. Best of ones to open us up in this brutal double elimination bracket, and then we move to the BO3s for everything else. For the first time, I believe, in Asia Pacific RMR history, 3 teams will make it to the major, but 5 of them will still be sent home packing away from Shanghai and will not qualify for well, what is a very different Counter-Strike major, but the first one in Shanghai and the first one in China. And damn, man, the vibes around this event is kind of immaculate. I'm very much here for it. The players seem to be super happy with everything that's going on. They got a couple of cool swag bags as well when they landed over in Shanghai, which I'm a little bit jealous of. If anyone can get me a CSGO teapot, that'd be much appreciated. But check out Twitter for those. They're really, really cool. Yeah, dude, what do you think about this? Obviously, the bracket is very, very brutal. The format's double elimination, 2 games and you're done. Reminiscent of the Americas RMR for Copenhagen as well. Yeah, give me your initial vibes off this one.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of the teams I think are going to be kind of happy that today is just the best of ones. There is certainly a world the format could have worked out that we ended up waving goodbye to 1 or 2 teams on the first day. You know, if it went in BO1 into BO3s and whatnot. So it still could be a very quick tournament for some of these teams as well. And indeed, I think with the way that the invitations, the qualifications have worked out, I think it will become a more interesting story into that lower bracket side of things. We have a few heavy favorites into the BO1s themselves, right? That being the Mongols, that being FlyQuest, and then they should probably go on to qualify. You know, you don't want to start talking too early about that kind of thing, but they are sort of the big favorites into this. It is more once the teams get knocked down into that lower bracket, how is that going to look? You know, do we have the DRILLAS, for example, who have an awful lot, I think, of attention on them, the spotlight on them, maybe even a little bit more so than some of those aforementioned teams? Can they ride through the upper bracket, or are they going to crumble a little bit, right? We don't quite know what to expect out of this first day for a good number of these teams. GR playing on LAN, that seems to be sort of the going line with them, is that they play on very, very high ping an awful lot of the time. We have Lynn Vision, who look a little inconsistent regionally, but then also one of the more solid sort of cores out of those specifically Asian teams, right? And then Talon has a lot of name value on it, but they've not really performed. They've not really impressed us very much from what we've seen thus far. But this is the RMR. This is the major cycle. So everything steps up, right? The stakes are far, far bigger. And I think a big conversation around a few of those teams that have been boot camping in EU for me, right, is not necessarily the results that you can see on HLTV and the tournaments that they were able to take part in. It's more the scrims behind the scenes. You know, who have they been playing? Who have they been learning from? And what have they been able to bring to their game, and namely to the region as the RMR gets underway?
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. You hit the nail on the head there, Scrib, is the fact that a lot of these teams, I think almost all of them, have been playing and pracking in Europe, which gives them an extra level of dynamics to their Counter-Strike, right? And even some teams bringing in European players, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, to this event as well, will certainly step up the level a little bit. And this isn't BM, if anyone's wondering, to the Asian scene, but you see the pure skill that you see from the European teams, and the fact that 95% of that top 10 is European, and the history kind of predates itself. That's the place you go to prac. And by kind of building that up and playing internationally against some of these teams offline, off of officials, that's where that starts seeping into your main game plan. And, well, you get extra prepped for the RMR, because this is where it matters, right? Like, you're given 3 opportunities this time round to be able to get to the major, instead of those elusive 2 slots, which have kind of hung over the head of the Asian RMRs for a while now. I think we're going to be jumping into the first series relatively soon. That one being, for a quick reminder, the Mongols versus Alter Ego. And, well, this is almost a team, especially in the Asian scene, that barely needs an introduction. These 5 players have been putting up the numbers internationally, currently coming into this event. Valve ranked 5th in the world, and HLTV ranked 11th in the world as well. They are pushing the upper echelons and putting Asia on the map, especially Mongolia as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of excitement around this team, of course, rightfully so. They have for a while now been building their name, building their talent. The youngest team in top-level Counter-Strike, youngest team in this RMR, but they are very, very impressive despite their age. The experience is lifting. They have picked up 3 trophies this year, one very, very recently with the Thunderpick World Championship. And indeed, I think for me, they actually start the conversation around the major itself. You know, we're already assuming this team should qualify through the RMR. It would be wild if they even go through the lower bracket to do that. But yeah, we're talking about the major. What can they bring us at the major, really? So yeah, very exciting team, well-known names at this point.
Yeah, and a little bit more personality flexing into this squad as well. Something that some people have been a little bit critical of historically. The fact that we haven't seen too much social presence and conversation from them. But 910 smacking it home with a couple of banging tweets we'll touch on in a moment. But Alter Ego is going to be on the other side of the server. And, well, some historic names here. Some gems from multiple different Asian countries. People like Zine. Arguably the last hope for South Korean Counter-Strike, as everyone else flocked to field over to the other FPS. He stayed put, and he's looking to cement himself as another player making it to the major. And this is actually going to be his last time, his last opportunity, going off to military service after this one. So if he can get it, lock it down, get his name written into Counter-Strike history with a sticker, and obviously saying, I went to a major, then that would be a brilliant send-off to a career.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like the heist movie going on, I think, with Alter Ego, you know, one last job kind of thing for Shine for sure. And I think that they've also enticed a couple of other names in there as well. Bentet maybe being one of them.
Absolutely.
Dobu is kind of the big one, I think, that stands out massively, you know, as a player that is still kind of maybe listed with ATOX, you know, it's a little bit strange, but I think that he has come across to join this ilk of players, to bring a little bit more to the team. It's going to be a lot of voices in this team. There's a lot of guys who have had their hand at the IGL mantle, so I think that's going to be a very curious kind of experiment. Is there going to be a lot of talking going on, or are they all just, yeah, following the military man, I suppose, into the breach, as it were, you know, behind the South Koreans. So yeah, I think that this is going to be a really difficult, very, very, very challenging kind of best of one. But
absolutely.
There is still a little bit to this team. There's a few names in there. Freeman, I think, is also one that, yes, might not have been playing against the best teams, even in the region, let alone the world, as you would usually say, but he's looked very, very good in the qualifiers and whatnot to make it to this tournament. This is the interesting stuff, though, of course, Cody. We get into the veto now, of course, just down to the one map. And I think there's a lot of places that the Mongols could go. We're probably going to see today end up being very, very puggy for this region with the BO1s and where they end up. I kind of said coming into things that, you know, Ancient would be probably quite a common one. It's been a very popular best of one map. And, well, you know, it's nice to be right first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You've absolutely smashed it out of the park there. It's an interesting ban there from Alter Ego, banning out Mirage early on. It's a map which both teams have played. 100% win rate for Alter Ego right now, but of course against lesser opposition. And dear Lord, we are here. The very first game of this season of RMRs. It's Mongols versus Alter Ego, and we are on Ancient. Techno going to be able to open up the scoreboard with that frag onto Freeman. It's not going to hold off Alter Ego as they continue their barrage of assault towards that A-bomb site.
Yeah, they have been stopped, though. Blitz was already here as well. He finds another head that's going to scare them off, so the Alter Ego game plan via Cube has not really worked out for them. So they are left to back away here. 9-10, just tapping away, not finding any more heads, but damage coming in, looking good. Solid hold, 9-10. Opens up cleanly, certainly feeling fresh as the games get kicked off. Bentet will be the first to find names, multiple, but there's not really all that much to it in the end for him in the 1 versus 5. The Mongols, something that we sort of wanted to touch on a little bit coming into the best of 1 in particular. One of the best pistol teams in the world, so that's going to carry a lot of value in this BO1. It's a comfortable map for them, and I think, you know, you have just kind of seen how they can open up a game and how they can start directing the field of play.
Yeah, pace certainly dictated by them, and well, no holds barred coming into round number 2 with the economy either. Committing every single penny that they have. 2 M4s, MP9s surrounding them. Now we have this stack up inside of mid. Dear Lord, that nade does a hell of a lot of damage. And Dell's going to have to waterfall now straight on through mid. But it's going to be the MP9 and Bazinho picking up a couple with Techno to be able to help him out. Bazinho does fall to the wayside, but too little too late for Alter Ego. It's only going to be 1 frag to their name. Going to force them to buy up just a little bit. But now with rifles across the board for Alter Ego, looking to be able to clap back coming into round number 3. No bomb plant, notably, on either 2 rounds, so money is going to be a little bit thin as we continue through the first half.
So this is where things start to open up. Alter Ego, you know, it has moved fast to get here. This is once again how the Asian Counter-Strike is going to go down. Blitz trying to make a play. Bazinho there to back him up, but of course, few too many members, and the flash over the top is really damn good. Gives Alter Ego their first piece of control, it feels like, in this game so far.
I respect the attempt inside of mid, just fully sending it, see if they can catch anyone off guard. Potentially a little bit of a misread when it came down to what weaponry was going to be in the hand of Alter Ego, which is certainly an odd one for Blitz. One of the best fragging IGLs arguably in the scene right now, and able to call a hell of a game as well. Techno going to be the only solo holding player on B right now. And Alter Ego position themselves over towards it, but it is AKs, AKs, AKs. But every single one of them do get this rotate from Mongols. A little bit hesitant is Senzu on the backlines, waiting for that time to tick down. Flash goes in, but nobody home as of yet. Here comes the smokes. They know people are going to be positioning themselves here. 9-10 opens up with 2. Senzu going to be able to find Zion as well, and almost as quickly as it started the round, and the take is over with a little bit of spam on the body for good measure as well. Mongols secured themselves a 3rd round, and a round that looked like Alter Ego's was theirs to win.
Yeah, I mean, maybe from the initial standpoint, Mongols, I feel, have made a play, made a decision. They just sort of stack in, put all their resources in one place, and it's not a hop, skip, and a jump to imagine that Alter Ego are going to end up on that B-bomb site. Very, very sort of common finish for a lot of teams. So, yeah, the Mongols reading the situation. And again, this is one of the things where it's like, you might have a few interesting names, you might have a game plan, but the Mongols really are the embodiment in this RMR of that classic phrase of, you know, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And I think that the Mongols are a really, really individually explosive team that, yes, you might have an advantage or you might have a setup going, but usually they're able to get the individuals taken over a round. That's what they did in the previous. Unfortunately, this one, the individuals are going to falter slightly on the B-bomb site. Still not over quite yet. Bomb goes down. lot of presence in towards cave here, so it does look good for Alter Ego, actually. The Mongols struggling to find a way back in.
First round, we're seeing 9-10 with big green in hand as well. Mazzinho swings able to find 8 kits so far. 9-10 uncharacteristic from him, and Senju falls to the wayside as well. A fantastic pickup there by Alter Ego, considering this round was, well, nothing but Tech 9's, a little bit of utility. Able to swing back a little bit, to borrow your phrase. It's, yeah, look, they were definitely getting clapped in those first 3 rounds. But this one, round number 4, all on their shoulders. One thing that we didn't mention too much about was Alter Ego. There is some crazy world in which they've just been pracking hard for this best of 1 to get them through to that next stage of that. Now all we need to do is just win one more best of 3, and they beat the Mongols. But God, it's going to be difficult for them to be able to do so. But a little bit of confidence starting to build up off the back of what was round number 4. Techno looking to shut down any momentum that Alter Ego had there, but like ships in the night, Dobu and him do right past another. A lot of mid-control gained here by Alter Ego, but so far nothing really made of it, as the Mongols still just skulking away and hiding in corners.
Yeah, for the time being, it's a funny looking round for them, isn't it, really? From where the buy goes, Blitz put under some pressure, but moves back. Still eats a nade, so, you know, not a bad start for Alter Ego in terms of the return damage. They've left a bit too much space. The MP9 of Techno goes searching. He's back in for a bit more. Dobu. Gotta be careful here. Thinks he's covered, and he is indeed. So they will trade each other out in mid.
To have a head on a swivel there for Techno, but there's too many angles to be able to cover Senzu. Yet to be cleared by the new prospect on the Alter Ego side. Or in the corner, spotted, but oh, it's laboured, and Senzu punishes him for it as well. AK on the deck, looking to be able to do a little bit more damage as the B approach continues, but there's some rifles in this round script. An AK, an M4, and an AWP picked up by 9-10, the glass cannon for this round. Yet to make an impact, but looking to stay contained this round as they move on through to this B bomb site. Blitz rips the head clean off the shoulders of Freeman, and now there's an AWP and an AK to play around. Only one flash to play with here for Alter Ego, and Zai looking to rip the head clean off the shoulders of one more opponent, but not to be possible as of yet. AK at backline doesn't want to reveal, misses the shot, a whiff hits, and a second one as well, and it's going to afford the Mongols a 4th round here. Again, another back and forth round with a heavy commitment into that AWP. Didn't really do too much for the Mongols. It was these lurking plays. We saw Techno on the back lines just sink on through behind enemy lines and cause an impact where realistically nothing should have happened. It was this whiff though from Dobu in which Senzu just kind of completely flipped the switch on this round.
Yeah, big start. Some issues there from Alter Ego. Immediate timeout coming in. Does speak to a bit of instability around the team at the moment, so they do just have to be careful. I think sometimes I'm a fan of the early timeout. This is where, you know, if you see me commentate before, you may well take issue with it, but I think that this one does feel a little shaky. You know, they're not quite able to pick themselves back up after a round like that. They're having to take the timeout to just, you know, disrupt the flow, get their heads back in the game, but certainly not the easiest kind of role here.
That's such a great round for Mongols to be able to win as well, right? Alter Ego had a lot going for them. The Mongols just forcing and say, hey, let's see if we can make something happen. The fact it comes down to Senzu on this site as well is kind of crazy. Dobu potentially a little bit too big for his boots when he was trying to gain maybe 1 or 2 kills on that site, holding trigger discipline instead of spamming away. Either way, after the timeout, we move into round number 6. And mid-control is on the menu. A little bit of chip damage inside of mid to be able to drop Zion. The IGL down to 21 HP. Yet to pull the trigger, but when he does, he finds 2 for his troubles, with Blitz converting 1 in mid onto Dobu as well. And now just in a 5 versus 2, Molotov going down to be able to block off Freeman and any inkling that they can go towards that A bomb site. Alter Ego have to look back towards the strat book and realise, god damn, we've still got a minute on the clock to make something work here.
Yeah, not a lot of room for these remaining 2 players to really get anything done, to be honest. I think you maybe even just look to hold on to what you have. I know it is a slightly boring eventuality, but that's how they have to play things. Opening game of the day, opening game of the tournament.
Opening game of the Puerto Rico roster as well.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. I think that it's obviously going to have an effect, and you maybe just get a little bit excitable, but, you know, they look for a bit of something. Nothing really happens. No kill comes their way. No overstep for the Mongols, which, again, is a really great sign that, yes, we've got these moments of individuality that we've already seen, but they are also playing pretty disciplined. You know, this is maybe a situation where there's a few teams in this region, in this tournament, that we're probably going to see them like overstep in 5v2s and, you know, give a few chances back, because it's something that a good number of the teams here lack, is that discipline. But the Mongols, I suppose, trying to set an example.
Counter-terrorists win.
Leading from the front in the scene and leading from the front in this game as well. 5-1 the current scoreline. Of course, the two saving players in Freeman and AK not going to be gaining any form of economy on that previously saved round, but saving the AWP, saving that AK, pretty damn good coming into this next round. I think something that played into the back of the mind of the Mongols as well was their economy actually wasn't fantastic, and it still isn't great. So going hunting when they potentially wouldn't have been able to re-afford the buy wouldn't have been the most advantageous approach, but also the fact they've got 3 others. You don't want to be handing those back. Those ones, and a flick there from 910 goes to show that he is the AWPer on this server as Akit gets taken down, and there goes your saved AWP from the previous. Techno deep on this corner as well, thinking about going for the swing, but instead, no, once again, regimented, calm, re-smokes it, and waits for someone to swing into him instead.
Nice and dynamic as well, by the way. Trained in
Absolutely.
Over in towards main now. He, of course, finds that opener on the other side of the map. So they might not expect him here. He has lost some of his support. Patience pays off, but eventually overwhelmed. Bomb plant is going to come in here. 3 versus 3, a retrieved AWP by Bentet. I'm sure a few smiles come across as people see that. And he will manage to find a frag on it as well. Down to the 1 versus 1 now. A chaotic retake, to say the least here. Freeman hidden away, not giving him anything. Oh, the spray lands just about. Sensu through the smoke, able to find it. He's got plenty of time here, trying to get his hands onto the AWP. Just got to be careful. Also need to, of course, refine that bomb. Yeah, he's all good. He's got the kit, man. Don't worry about it. You know, he's all good. But, yeah, he will maybe bring it a little bit close. Actually, he doesn't have a kit. I figured he did have a kit because he was digging for the AWP.
Very ballsy.
Yeah.
Very ballsy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit risque there.
This was really cool from 910. Finding that opening pick, I mean, firstly, look at that flick. Absolutely perfection onto Akit, and holding the trigger discipline in the first shot as well to be able to bait the Dobu AWPer directly into the crosshairs once again. Did he find the AWP? It looks like he did, yeah. In the end, was able to scavenge it off the floor. But yeah, truly influential there from 910. Akit yet to frag at this point. 8 rounds now deep, my apologies, and just not had as much of an impact on that AWP that we've seen from 910. But I suppose it is hard to kind of compete with what is this amazing young prospect on the AWP. Only 3.8k hours in the game, but 3.8k hours in the game for 910, which is absurd to see. We see people with 15, 20,000 hours playing Face It and barely scratching level 10. Zeno is going to come to the wayside with the backup here from 910. That's straight back.
It's a nice frag from Bente. Maybe goes in a bit too deep. Could have pulled away, you know, and kept them in the conversation here. But we'll see. There is potentially room out on B itself. Techno caught in between the angles. Another kind of chaotic round here, though, right? We've got players pushing in, players getting sideswiped, no real utility down from Alter Ego. So it felt like there was a moment on B there that something could have happened. They had a good position to deal with the 2 players, but it doesn't happen over there. Oh. They never expect him to go mid. They never expect him to go mid here. This is actually kind of a wacky play from Freeman, but I think could work. It looks like he's going to get a backstab. We'll see. It all depends on how sort of aware Sensu is in this situation.
Is his spider sense tingling? That's the question. Oh, it looks like he is. CT, and he does spot him out just at the final moment. Something was giving him up. He's like, wait, surely he should have been on the site by now, either main or through donut, but no. Let me peek my eyes back towards spawn, and Does manage to hit that shot and clean. Something that we've been seeing time and time again. I wonder if we're going to see it here from Techno. We're not, but the amount of lane control he's able to dictate round after round on this CT side. He's either sprinting it down mid, getting up Xbox and then gaining lane control from there, or he's holding from B, going down ramp and just being a pure nuisance. Either someone faces him at the bottom of ramp, or he's a little bit deeper than the Alter Ego guys expect, so he's able to execute on that B-bomb site when they've swung out a cave. He's just being this commanding force on that B-bomb site where you don't know where he's going to go. You know he's going to be in some weird corner that you're not going to be expecting. And he's changing it up round after round, but every single frag that he finds just throws a spanner in the works of the Alter Ego plan. They do take another timeout, and as that one comes to an end, they look to set up a little bit of mid-control once again. Smoke's going to be deployed, but this bit's going to get ahead of it. Looks like he's going to try to. Flash goes in, nade as well. Let's just fall back. Playing a little bit more defensive what we've seen in previous rounds.
Yeah, it's obviously a lot of utility spent to try and get in, so I think Blitz is expecting players to come his way. And they will eventually. They actually take their time on it on the Alter Ego side, so that does feel like a set round, something that they have worked on, maybe just need a refresher with the timeout. But Mongols giving them the space, giving them the respect, so I think we can be big fans of it. They do, however, look very prepared in their own setup.
Senzu seems to have an inkling here. The read is on, and it's this crossfire that's being set up, and everyone's hidden right now. Bentet inside does get spotted out. Bentet looks to be able to recover it as well as he does. Takes down Blitz and Senzu in the process. On the hunt for one more frag, looking for 910, and wow, it's a whiff shot for 910, almost falls fatal to it also. With Techno once again finding a frag over on this B-bomb site. Here's the digits being punched in. He is a known quantity right now. Can he make anything else stick? The backup has been called. The cavalry on their way. As Mazzinho gains control of lane and looks to be able to push on through ramp. Techno spots out that first one onto Akit. Everyone else going to be deploying, and Dobu taken down before he can even really get started. Trades 1 for his name, but down to 5 HP is 910, but it's Mazzinho who finds that next kill. It's an 8th round on the board for Mongols as they look to dominate this first half and continue this momentum.
Just that higher level that they're able to tap into on the retakes, right? Their communication is going to be so clean. I think that's potentially something, you know, to talk about here for Alter Ego, of course, is the sort of second language. Communication, you know, Dobu especially would be our sort of most recent example. Yep. He's been playing in an all Mongolian team and now got to move in. So, you know, how clean is it going to be? How good is it going to be for their first tournament, their first section of officials together, right? So all these types of things really come into play in those high-octane moments. I think we've just seen a perfect example of that.
I assume that we're communicating in English, right? Considering we've got a bit of a mixed bag of Asian countries on representation here. We'll come back to that in a moment, though, as Alter Ego. Their communication issues from the previous round aside, and just say, actually, we're going to take on to this B-bomb site. And it's probably the most commanding round that we've seen from them, especially off the back of the rifles. Dobu being the only person dropped, well, relatively low. And this is looking like a Mongol save already. Senzu and Techno takedowns have stopped any form of forward momentum that Mongols wanted to take on through to this round. And as such, Alter Ego, all 5 members surviving, and the bomb going off. A second round for them. Still a long way to be able to claw themselves back into this, but you need to take just the first step.
Terrorists win.
So as she goes off, Alter Ego will actually give themselves a lifeline with that second round. 2 more here, and I think you can actually be happy with the span of the half. So
yeah, absolutely.
Definitely could do a little more damage and make a dent, as it were. But Mongols, it's kind of one of the big things to consider, you know, just how seriously they are coming into things. They're a clear favorite for this one. I think of all the matchups, you know, this is probably one of the best, if not the best, you could have hoped for.
Yeah.
And they're still here saving. They're still here taking a pause after just dropping the 1 round. So it really does go to show that I think they're not messing around with this one. You know, they know they're the favorites, but they are still trying to prove a point into the opening stages of the RMR.
You've got to respect the format as well, right? Because this is a best of 1. Anything can happen in best of 1. We've seen upsets year after year across event where the favourites just get slain by the underdog, and Alter Ego are the definition of an underdog coming into this one. With Mongols' recent successes, of course, securing victory at the Thunderpick World Championships, taking home, it was what, $500,000 just coming into an RMR. I mean, there's a bit of a momentum boost, isn't there, coming into an event? So, actually, I'll win the first place at a major at a different event. Really staking their claim to one of the best teams in the world right now. Alter Ego, a bit of an uphill battle here, especially when Dobu, the freshest prospect added to this roster, is taken down by 910. And Techno, once again, he's going to swap it up a little bit, this time in from mid, up through Xbox, gaining that lane control. So I'm going to fall to the wayside. And yeah, they don't have Techno. They saw the nade and they thought, oh, well, that's it. Surely that's him from mid. No, not to be the case. A-Kit is going to be able to trade one back onto Blitz. 3 more heads to find. 910 on the lurk, looking to take him down. And oh, he's not going to be able to find the kill. Legs him down to 1 HP. That 99 in 1, it might halt him off the back of this round. A-Kit, all he needs is a single bullet from the AK to take down both, but not to be the case, as Mazzinho basically breathes in his direction to be able to take him down. It's a 9th. The Mongols move in to the final round of the half.
Yeah, kind of wild. I don't know. Maybe we'll see it on the replay here. I'm not quite sure how 910 doesn't get that kill. But, you know, stranger things have happened. It is Counter-Strike after all. But indeed, they're immediately back onto the board. I think, you know, as you so rightly point out, that is kind of the biggest deal of that round, regardless of how it finishes. And the weirdness there, the bits of damage that A-Kit are able to do don't make any difference. They need to give us a bit of something if they are to move forwards positively. Blitz trying to cover his man doesn't quite work. Multi-frag was there, but he can't quite find it. So actually, numbers-wise, it is even here. But Alter Ego, of course, they back off, kind of wounded. Less utility than they would like. No smokes left. So putting a lot of pressure and a lot of effort in towards middle to now draw away from it is, of course, a big risk. 910 has had a really good sense of timing in the past. He's actually pushing forwards here to go digging for the information. He might not be aware of getting backstabbed, but staying scoped in does help him for 1. Still, the sight falls, the plant will come in, and the Mongols have another retake.
From a metagame perspective, best player to be able to find there as well. A-Kit was only on 1 HP. Why'd you waste an AWP bullet on that? But he does still have the AWP in tow. Still an influential factor in this round. But he's gambling on that CT angle behind Big Box. Techno on the wide lurk through main. Looking to catch him in between the shoulder blades. And he does. Takes down A-Kit. Senzu finds Freeman as well. It's going to be a 10th round for Mongols. They're looking to close this best of 1 out very, very early. And honestly, I don't know if we suspected anything else from them. They've looked commanding. We've seen flourishes from Alter Ego, but certainly not consistent enough.
Yeah, I think moving into the second half, things will sort of become very, very interesting and ultimately give us a real tell as Alter Ego maybe move on to this more favorable CT side. I think it is sort of safe to say here, Cody, right? When you are a team that has a little less experience together, you know, CT can feel a little simpler. So potentially they can give us some kind of life. But as I mentioned in the very first round of this game, I'll mention it again. The Mongols and their pistols really can be a terrifying kind of prospect. So I think that there is a lot of trouble here.
The spanner in the works for that, Scriv, is that Alter Ego have decided they need 7 guns in this round, with dual Berettas being picked up from Freeman and on Zine. Is that going to be the deciding factor, though? Just overwhelming firepower, or are the Glocks going to be enough? Looks like Blitz is going to be able to find and oh, that is a sloppy fight from both side and Blitz, but it is going to go the way of Zine in the end. Techno, once again, hiding in this corner, both on T side and on CT side. He just loves it. Loves sitting inside a Jag. He likes the masonry, honestly. He's a big fan of it. A-Kit, close on the corner. I didn't realise this is what they're bringing into it. The Zeus, Freeman. Again, another sloppy fight, but it's the dual Berettas once again coming out on top and finds another one onto Senzu. It's these Julies doing work right now. Dobu's dropped incredibly low over on that A-bomb site, so it is going to fall onto the shoulders of Freeman to be able to potentially clutch out this round. He needs to be cautious about the timing here. 9-10 doing work once again to be able to find an opening where simply an opening does not exist. From range, those dual Berettas are not going to work out in his favour. Mazzinho, the contact has been called, and the head is found onto Freeman. And now just Dobu in a 1 versus 2 with 16 HP to his name and a USPS. That's all he's got to tote. A smoke and a diffuse kit. There is a universe he can go for this one. But I think with the higher fire rate on the Glocks, a single stray bullet, all that's needed if he goes for the ninja, and he's not going to clear the second angle, but does find the head onto 9-10. There was a universe, and unfortunately, in this one, Mongols are going to be able to take it. It's an 11th round for them as they look to close this one out with only 2 remaining to take them to that elusive 13.
A little close, for sure. The Julies try their best, but as you say, not quite enough. Mazzinho just fully selling his teammate, but it's all good, really. In the end, an Alter Ego now, of course, just battling for their life, battling to try and give us something, give themselves something, you know, moving forwards, so that they can say, potentially Ancient is a map that we can play, but yeah, this will knock your confidence if you're not careful. Force buy comes in. Actually, a lot of early damage done, but no capitalization just yet.
Dobu, I could still be alive with the angles there from Techno. To capitalize on that mid-angle, and he is going to be able to find Blitz. Covering that AK and scarpering. Senzu 1, 7 HP. Potentially going to be a human flashbang as he moves himself towards mid. Mongols still taking this one slow. Even though they have that weaponry advantage, know that it can all flip very, very quickly. Bentet, solo holding on this A site right now. He hides on the back of the site with this MP9. I really like this angle. Seems to have read this quite well. He picks on up, might get his head ripped clean off, but no, instead he trades it back onto Mazzinho. Continuing to jiggle back and forth to see if he can find his next prey, his next target. Little bit of chip damage. If it was onto Senzu, it would have taken him down. Util being committed now from the Mongols as they looked to gain control of this site. The rotates coming on through from Alter Ego. Simply the man advantage might be enough to be able to overwhelm them. Techno taking down Dobu, and now close range. Bentet with the MP9, and it's the 7 HP player of Senzu. He is going to get taken down by A-Kit, who is lurking around all this time. It's a 3rd round for Alter Ego. They're not going to go quietly into the night, Scriv. They are going to make it a little bit more difficult for the Mongols.
Yeah, 2 out of their 3 rounds, of course, have been force buys. So that maybe brings you back down to reality. The Mongols, potentially a pain point for them. You know, a little thing to consider in this here opening map of their RMR campaign. Got to watch out for the force buys, it would seem. In the same vein, I think Alter Ego play just a wildly unpredictable game with those pistols, and yeah, Mongols maybe rightfully struggling. However, once it comes back down to the big rounds, you know, the full buys and whatnot, it can be pretty troublesome to get things going here. So we'll see what the Mongols are able to get in the low buy, but Alter Ego, of course, struggling, generally speaking. Shine blinded up. It's clean for 2, but a little comical to see his teammates falling around him. There's the big kill. Senzu brings it back into the 2-on-2.
Great opportunity for him. He's going to fall to the wayside off the back of that. AK going to be recovered here for 9-10, and well, it's one of the young players, the young talents on the Mongols, looking to be able to take them to map and series point here. Bomb is dropped, soon to be recovering it. Dobu spots him out, and it is going to be a relatively easy kill for him. Really nice hole inside of mid-deck design. I think one more kill, and I think the round would have been all said and done there and there. But the trigger discipline, completely blinded both by enemies and by teammates, actually helped him out. Mongols are like, surely they're not flashbanging their teammates that much. It's another bomb here with Alter Ego that works. I'm not perfect. I've definitely full whited my entire team when we're going for a swing. Happy to the rest of it.
Yeah, but indeed, the Mongols, sort of as expected, really. Still keeping themselves in there, you know, always got a little foot in the water, so to speak. This is the one that you expect Alter Ego to just absolutely mow through. There is a deagle for Mazinho, but not really expecting too much. He's also the first one to go down. A little bit of an overwhelm is kind of nice in the end, I suppose. If they can take another head here, maybe we would be super satisfied, but not quite the case. So one kill, not really going to scare Alter Ego all that much. This is where we start to talk about things in terms of the rifles, in terms of closing that gap. We're looking at sort of 3 rifle rounds here, clean rifle rounds anyway, to really allow them to start threatening the lead of Mongols. So let's see. Have Alter Ego got it in themselves?
Yeah, if they can get it to that 8th, that is completely right, where the conversation point starts coming. Well, Mongols have thrown this one away, but we are still a couple of rounds away from there, and we know that the struggle points for Alter Ego have been these full buy versus full buy rounds. Time and time again, it's Alter Ego having the advantageous weaponry or force buy. There's been something lopsided about these rounds in which they've been able to secure, but this time it's level playing field. And with Senzu being able to open up the door onto Dobu, the execute comes through onto this B bomb site, and it is a clean 1. The only person holding here right now is Freeman, just on the edge of that smoke. He's going to be able to spam down Senzu. He's going to continue the poke and prod through onto the site to see if we can find anyone, breaking that smoke with the bullet trail to see, okay, maybe I can spot somebody. But Techno and Freeman soon to be coming face to face as this smoke fades in just a few brief moments, but fully whited as the smoke fades early due to the nade. Bentek going to be able to pick up 2 in Techno and 9-10, and now Blitz and Mazinho need to do their best of holding onto this bomb site. With the smoke coming down, they both need to find 2 each in this 4 versus 2. From the backlines as well, it's Zine taking down 1, and now the IGL needs to lead from the front even further. The spam through the smoke, the bomb getting defused, he's just off the angle ever so slightly, and it is going to be another round here from Alter Ego to be able to secure. And a nice kill there from A-Kit. Was almost a bit of a whiff from both sides, as no one knew whether or not they should pull the trigger or not. But finally, a level playing field round in which Alter Ego are able to convert a really, really nice retake from them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think really starting to open our eyes a little bit to what Alter Ego are capable of. As talked about, that CT side can somewhat be simpler to work with, and I think that they are potentially proving that. But also, you know, some good moves on the retakes for sure. There is potentially, again, some lackadaisical kind of moves from the Mongols. I think given where their leader's at, it's natural, right, to just kind of forget to check out that flank, or maybe not give it as, maybe not forget, but, you know, not give it as much attention as it deserves. Up high here will be traded instantly, so keep our eyes on Bentek. What's he going to be able to find? The flash over the top from Dobu, really nice to just give him some extra space to work with. They were trying to cook something up there on the boost, of course, not going to happen, and an easy finish in the end. So no sweat off the brow here for Alter Ego. This gap is closing exponentially.
And we're not seeing them like super react to these rounds either inside of the player cams. They're not hyped. It's more like, okay, yes, this is what we plan to do. This is where we needed to be. Bring it to 11-7. I mean, this is a great showing from Alter Ego, and Alter Ego who has not played an official with this 5-man roster. Dobu coming in last minute after the RMR qualification on loan from Atox. But it's an interesting dynamic. Dobu missing out on qualification from the RMR with Atox inside of that East Asian qualifier. actually losing out to GR Gaming, I believe, who did indeed qualify, and they are here. And now coming in as a bit of a ringer for Alter Ego to give them a little bit more firepower than they would have originally had. Waste of ammo being put onto the sidelines with the team. I'm not sure if this is a permanent change. My understanding it is still just a RMR / major thing if Alter Ego can push it that far. But we've still got plenty of a best of one to go. Let's continue that conversation. And maybe this will take them and choose which way it does go. Does he stay or does he leave? And unfortunately for this round for Dobu, he does leave early. Sends him to find that span kill through the wall. Akit finally coming alive with the AWP to take down Techno, that cave presence. He's not going to have an impact in this round.
Room given though, Alter Ego again keeping things competitive despite a negative start. So I really do like the look of the team at the moment. They have seemingly come alive onto the CT side. The Mongols maybe having to go a little deeper into their locker than they were expecting, given the matchup, but also just given the first half, to be honest, given the start into this one as well. Shine hidden away could be a really big spot if he plays his cards right. They will slowly but surely start making their way over. Eventually going to have to flush him out. Ooh, and a nice little angle from Blitz to figure him out. Shine still does very, very well to find a kill before going down. Bomb plan sort of denied a little bit, or made awkward at the very least, sort of throwing themselves in here, and this is where maybe Alter Ego are going to start to panic. A lack of information coming in, a complete split as well for these players on the retake. Kit's got the AWP, never really ideal, but he does have that kit, could get on the bomb here, and Sensu does not have, an easy ride. He sort of tried to make a play, and it's just not worked at all. Damage comes in the end, but like Alter Ego really looking legit here, to be honest with you. Mongols slipping up. This gap is now not really a gap.
Yeah, this gap has faded away very, very quickly. Cast your mind back to the end of that first half. It was a 10-2 half with the Mongols securing that pistol round, taking us to an 11th. Since then, it's been 6 rounds on the trot for Alter Ego, and they've looked relatively convincing as well. We get some of those close rounds like we just saw then, where it comes down to a 2 versus 2, but being able to be that difference maker and Akit finding those frags is incredibly important. That's something to mention as well. Akit has been a little bit missing from this game, but when he's in those final 1v2 or 2v2 situations, he really steps up and makes sure that he plays a pivotal part. Only 7 frags to his name, but they still have an impact. Akit and Freeman holding on to the bomb site right now, when it is going to be Mazzinho off the back of a flashbang to be able to take down Freeman. That solo holding by player Dobu swings on through from K. Only going to be good for 1. The backup is here from Bentet, but damage might have already been done, because now we're in a 3 versus 2, and through the smoke, Sensu finds the head of the incredibly experienced player of Bentet, and now it's just Zyne. The IGL looking to ensure that Mongols do not go to match point, looking to ensure that the momentum for Alter Ego remains with Alter Ego. But he's got to check so many angles with only a smoke to play with. Not really liking his chances. Every single angle locked down right now. Sensu retrains his aim over towards the short CT angle and finds the head. 12-8 now for Mongols, playing with their food the last few rounds, but this time they're coming in for the kill.
Obviously all they needed, right, was the one worked out round, but I think just pulling something quite simple, really, bursting in, brute forcing their way. They have played a relatively slow T-half in places, so it's good to kind of see them taking that risk and having that confidence. And yeah, it's just very, very simple, but again, going to show that they can lean on a few of these names, Sensu being one of them. Big round from him, big game from him, really.
Absolutely.
He's done a lot of the heavy lifting. Blitz going to find the first into this round. Alter Ego, their survival campaign starts with a man down.
Here comes the util. Freeman looking to get ahead of it as the smoke goes quite deep. Dobu already on the site, holding, waiting for that swing. It's got the back of Freeman that he finds the opener. Sensu again being the difference maker, opening it up with Blitz spamming through the wall to be able to take down the newest Hispanic player. Senzu finds another one. Zine low on bullets in the mag in a 1 versus 2, and it's going to be 9-10 to find that kill onto Zine. A 13th round for them, and there you go. Best of 1 chalked up. But damn, Alter Ego made that look a little bit closer than I think a lot of people were expecting.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. There was a good number of rounds on that CT side, obviously, because it just didn't really get started for them on the T side at all. But yeah, there were some nice retakes in there, and a few moments where they were able to shoot back, you know, which I think is quite important for them. Unfortunately, going to be down in that lower bracket. We're not super perplexed, super surprised by that. They maybe go a little bit over what I would have said if you wanted me to give a round count, but also not quite tapping into a point where it's like, wow, can't believe the Mongols let it come that close. So, you know, I think both teams walk away with a satisfactory result, let's say, just because Alter Ego, I think, being realistic with themselves, probably did not expect to take the Mongols very close or indeed take the map itself. But there is something there for us to work with, and now for Alter Ego, it's all about the lower bracket. In the same vein, I think the Mongols got to watch themselves ever so slightly. Force buys were a bit of a struggle. They also didn't have any decent force buys themselves, so you know they're lacking a little bit of an area, and there was again a good couple of those post-plant situations where we maybe actually did see a few players overstep and whatnot. I gave them a good amount of credit on the CT side for not doing that. When it moved on to the T side, they kind of started doing it a bit more, you know, and it did cost them a few rounds.
Yeah, I suppose it plays into the inherent nature of T-side, right? You need to be the aggressor, but there's a time and a place for it. And yeah, Mongols, I mean, you're completely right. You hit down and hit their script. Like, they do need to be cautious because, yes, they come into this the favourites, and now all they have is a best of 3 to be able to win. And, well, that best of 3 will be against either Lynn Vision or DRILLAS, depending on what that best of 1 outcome is. So again, looking favourable for them no matter what side it goes. But yeah, like Alter Ego, we said kind of when we were prepping earlier today, it's like, well, if Alter Ego get 5, then yeah, we can see that being a well. Creeping up to 8 is like, okay, maybe we're starting to see something here. If they moved it to double digits, then absolutely, Mongols need to almost look back towards scrapbook because that's way too close. Thankfully for them, it does not build up to that, but certainly a couple of conversations that need to be had. Is Ancient our best if we're able to lose that many rounds guarding force buys, etc. Do just really want to highlight a player who didn't have the top frags on the team, but Techno, man, like what a thorn in the side of Alter Ego, both in the CT and on that T side. He was a constant presence over towards that B bomb site, both in lane on CT, just to be able to find them opening frags, and just being a presence there, forcing attention over there, allowing people to be able to get more control towards ramp. And then over on that T side as well, just posting up in the exact same position inside of Jag and being like, I'm gonna kill you, and just find anything and everything that he can get. Loads of presence there, which is great. Commiserations to Alter Ego, of course. They now have to go through the hell that is that lower bracket, which is best of 3 after best of 3 after best of 3 to be able to make it to the major. But honestly, a little bit of shed of confidence builds up inside of me. That was a much better showing against the Mongols than I expected. Any final thoughts, Squib, before we throw it to a quick break and over towards Lynn Vision DRILLAS?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm kind of agreeing with you, Alter Ego. There was potentially a little bit more than what we expected. Look, Ancient, again, as you say, is a map that actually does indeed fall in the middle of that sort of Mongols map pool at the moment. They play it quite a bit. I think that it will be one that they'll lean on into this tournament. Very puggy, very aggressive, but that opens the door to the opposition. So there's a lot of pinch of salt kind of moments in a best of 1. That is unfortunately the way that they pan out, and why potentially moving forwards we're hoping and praying that, you know, we can phase out the BO1s as much as possible. But yeah, they might give us a bit of something in that lower bracket. It really depends on how the rest of the day goes and how the rest of the teams look.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take it to a very short break, and when we are back, it's the game that a lot of you have been waiting for. It's Lynn Vision versus the DRILLAS. See you in a minute.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one
thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are looking down the barrel of our second best of one here. Moving swiftly on, leaving the previous one in the past, of course. And I think this is going to have a lot of the eyeballs on it for sure. Yes, we've got the big names of the Mongols and FlyQuest coming up a little bit later. An Australian derby there, of course, for them and Talon. But this is the big one in terms of, I think, some of the fan favorites for sure. Yep. Lynn Vision up against the DRILLAS here. And yeah, well, the DRILLAS have, of course, qualified in from that Middle East qualifier. Always an interesting one, right, to say the least. I don't think we want to go too deep into it, but they've had a lot of excitement behind them, obviously backed by OwnerPixel. To be fair, I think that sticker in the game would be very, very cool. He has sort of confirmed that that's what the sticker will end up being if they do make it through. But they have also made it in roster-wise with a little lack of Asia-Pacific representation, let's say, right? And yes. I think that has created a bit of hubbub around them and will continue, I think, doing so as this tournament goes on. And the thing is as well, this time around, there's a lot of teams that have come and gone from the Middle Eastern qualifier that can be a little intriguing or maybe indeed have a few, you know, sort of European players in there ultimately. But this is a team that's actually very, very capable. Is one of the things. I think that's why it's turned a lot of heads, and you know, it might be kind of a tournament that goes down in infamy for this DRILLAS team, but they are also, yeah, a very, very capable team coming into this.
I mean, we're looking at names that a lot of people will recognise, right? Especially from that European scene. You've got Waro2K, notably one awesome AWPer and has been for a long time, but also IGLing Monty for a while as well. I believe it was a 2-year stint that he had with them, in which they went to the Paris Major. Alongside that, getting them to top 8 in the world. So definitely nothing to shake your fist at. This is a squad that can do a lot of damage, and so is this Lynn Vision side. In recent history, we're talking about the last few weeks, haven't had the best of showing. Pretty all right domestically, playing in Challenger, but then you go to those Challenger LAN finals against Tai Lu and absolutely stomped 0-3. Of course, ensuring that they cannot go to Pro League. Sorry. Yeah, it's an interesting position to be in if you're a Lynn Vision fan right now. Of course, you have this bolstered kind of sense of these guys are going to do great because they were directly invited via Valve regional rankings, from my understanding. But if recent history of games is anything to show by, it doesn't look like they're at the top form that we've come to expect from them, which is a shame because we know that this Lynn Vision squad can do quite a lot. They've had a couple of roster changes in the last, 5 months, 2 and 5 months in Flying and a Fufu, where they had a tough time at Pro League, but they got a pretty brutal group as well. I think it was, Na'Vi, FaZe and Heroic inside of their group. So definitely, again, not names which you would expect them to beat, and evidently it did not go their way on LAN when they were in Malta, which is a shame, but they're looking to kind of rebolster that and come here almost kind of home turf with Shanghai and do some damage in their local RMR. Give me a little bit more history on this Lynn Vision squad, Scriv, because like there's names on here like Zaka, Westmelon and Amelia who maybe not everyone's heard of, but may have seen some of the clips of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those 3 names that you have mentioned are the redeeming qualities of this team. Right, the big problem that they have is that they lost G and Starry, as you said, and filling those boots, particularly that of Starry, has been very, very tough for them, right? In 2 ways, in the fact that they've lost a star rifler, but then also a Fufu and Flying have come in and they've not looked very impressive. You know, like there is one thing to be like, can we replace the numbers in the aggregate and all that sort of Moneyball type stuff?
Moneyball. Oh, yeah.
And they've not really been able able to do it, unfortunately. Zaka is sort of the standout. He wasn't AWPing for a good while. He sort of had it in him. It gave them a double AWP sort of setup for a bit. But then when he comes back onto the primary, he actually looks really, really good. And it's like he's giving G like a run for his money on sort of the best Chinese AWPer at the moment, which I don't think people were necessarily expecting. The one redeeming factor I think that they have for me is that Westmelon as a caller feels really, really good for this team, and I think is able to drive the ship very well. There's a good amount of preparation that they have, and they do have some decent kind of strategy into the game, but they just, and it's been the conversation for a long while now, they just lack some firepower, you know, and that's going to be a problem in this best of one. DRILLAS have a lot of firepower. That's what they're all about. They're sort of on the opposite side of the coin, really. You know, you mentioned Warrow. He is a big name here for this team. Statistically, their best player. He's the IGL and the AWPer. So he's got like all the three most important things that we like to talk about in a CS team. And I think that in terms of the calling, it's going to be very simple. In terms of where we end up map-wise, it's going to be very puggy, and that is the lean that they will have. So they're going to look to just sort of run at Lynn Vision, and I think there is actually a pretty decent chance that they flatten them. You know, Lynn Vision are really going to have to come in on that A game and hopefully be at their best selves and have a game plan in order. Now, the difficult thing is that you cannot prepare for DRILLAS.
No,
you know,
really.
They have a few maps that they're good on. That's about all you've got. There's going to be some tape to go over and watch, and this is where, you know, pro players will absolutely make their money on that kind of thing, and maybe there is something that they've found in there that they can exploit, but I don't think there is, from, you know, what I've seen, there is enough structure in the DRILLAS team to work on. And then we have this massive caveat with a handful of the teams coming into this RMR that they've all been boot camping. Is that where they've been setting up the strategy and been setting up the big rounds, the 4-spy round, you know, things like this that you've previously not been able to see? So I think that it is a very difficult team to prepare for. So yeah, therefore it is basic, and it is a little bit like, you know, a cop-out for a lot of teams and players to say, but you do have to play your own game, and you do have to rely on that own game. So it's going to be a challenge here. I think Lynn Vision, and I'm not the only one, are really going to be surprised against this DRILLAS team, but I think that where our first one absolutely should be a blowout on paper for the Mongols, and it was, this is a game that could be very close, right? Lynn Vision bring that team Counter-Strike, and at the very least have got that. DRILLAS will hopefully be able to bring us some of that flashiness that we're expecting from them.
We're hoping to be able to bring some of that flashiness to you very soon. But for the time being, while the players get set up, as you saw with the man himself walking into the room and players still getting set up at their stations, we're going to chuck it to a very short break. And when we are back, we'll digest a little bit more of what this Lynn Vision versus DRILLAS game is going to be like. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the Perfect World Asia RMR. My name is Cody, joining me is lovely Scriv. We know you are itching to get into this game, and we are as well. Just to give you a little bit of an update, we don't know too much also. Perfect World are hosting the event over in Shanghai, and us and the team in the broadcast studio, PGL, are essentially waiting for updates. However, from our understanding, we've got 9 out of 10 in the server, and that is close enough for us. So we are going to do a little bit of a yap sesh now, talking about this game and kicking it back off. Scriv, we've got Lynn Vision versus DRILLAS. Of course, a lot of eyes on this game, not only because of the kind of home team in the form of Lynn Vision, but of course the only Pixel-led squad of the DRILLAS as well. We've got picks and bans for this best of one, and it's actually the Inferno ban coming out from DRILLAS.
Yeah, it'll give us a bit of an idea, I think, of where DRILLAS want to take things, really, and ultimately this is a team that's still sort of working on the pool and whatnot, so hopefully they've got 1 or 2 decent maps. They have been building an awful lot of experience on those final 2 that you see come out, the Dust 2 and the Ancient. They also have a pretty good Mirage, but that's obviously not going to make it in here, really, as Lynn Vision. It is indeed their perma. But the Ancient comes out again. It's to be expected. It's a very popular map. When it comes down to the BO1s, and I think, you know, both teams are going to be happy and whatnot. And at the moment, it is arguably the best map for Lynn Vision. So I think that, yeah, they'll both be very, very happy. But we now have this conversation around where the game is going to end up. DRILLAS, we feel, should be able to bring a bit more firepower to the situation, but in the same vein, Zaka could potentially take over this game here, and that's all you kind of need. You know, we've just looked at the Mongols, take those pistols, and hopefully don't go down to the 4 spies, but rifle-wise, you can take over a game pretty quickly and pretty easily. So I think this could be another case of that. It just depends on which way it goes. This one's a hell of a lot less clear-cut, and it is obviously a weird sort of situation with, you know, how long it has taken us to kind of get into this game. Looks like we are about all good to go, touch wood, as we would say here over in the UK. But yeah, there is certainly a lot of weird energy, I think, going into this one. It's safe to say, Cody.
There he is, arms up in the air. That is always a good sign. And, well, we've got visual on the server, but of course, this is still the warm-up. Oh, no, it's not.
Oh,
we're in
goodness.
the pistol round. Here we go. I can't believe it either. We got DRILLAS on the T side, Lynn Vision Gaming on the CT side, and with 15 seconds ticking down in this freeze time, we're about to kick off. DRILLAS, a lot of conversation around this team, a little bit of controversy as well, but they're looking to put those doubters to bed inside of this best of one. If they secure this, they'll be going up against the Mongols inside of that upper bracket best of 3. Winner of that one will go through straight to the major.
Yeah, so the journey is potentially short to that major spot. The next one going to be difficult, but they've got to keep their minds in this, of course. DRILLAS mid-presence looks pretty good here. Straight into the red room. In the same vein, Lynn Vision have completely backed away, playing a very, very disciplined kind of game. So I think they've done some homework here.
Fufu open us up with that kill onto the IGL DRILLAS, Warrior 2K, onto the sidelines already. Homework being done, as you correctly said. DRILLAS currently locked down inside of mid. They've got 3 inside a red room, just being delayed by this smoke, but trying to use it as much to their advantage as possible. Senori, a lot of experience under this player's belt. Most recent addition to the DRILLAS squad as well, replacing Amsalem. Smoke comes in to be able to block out Amelia. This is a bit of a scrapbook roulette right now. Information being given out from both sides. Westmelon not going to be able to find too much. Well, does find one with Amelia trading it back. Vem picks up one of his own also with Meztau. Now, soon to get taken down by Zaka. Did Zaka not see his legs? Thought he would have, but it's the P250 coming out on top here for Meztau. Now inside of middle. Trying to hunt down these 3 remaining players. Close range, it's not really going to do too much with P250. All guns, one that tapped to the head at this point, and it's Flying who finds that final kill. Lynn Vision Gaming, it took them a while, but they do manage to find that first round.
Yeah, had me worried for a second there for sure. That did look a little scary. We got the Glock on 3 burst. Why are we doing that? You know, but they do manage to get it over the line in the end. A very, very strange game state there on that one, I will say. with the way that Lynn Vision were playing in particular. And DRILLAS, yeah, just went into the trap, didn't they, at the end of the day, which is good. It's nice to see them confident, but Lynn Vision, we talked about the team game being a big aspect of their win conditions, and it looks pretty good thus far. That was very well coordinated, and everybody doing their job in the game plan, as it were.
Mid control once again being gained by the DRILLAS. As they look to shut down these angles inside, or just outside of Red Room, connecting onto CT. Mirror image of the previous round, but instead, Red Room control is going to be handed over to the CTs, and it's a slow walk, a long one at that as well, towards this A bomb site. Crossfire being held by Fufu and Zaka. All it takes is for them to untrain the aim for one brief moment. It all falls to the wayside. Senery gets a straight one back, and Zaka falls. Senery picking up the second as well, with Fufu trading it back and forward. A 3 versus 3, make that a 3 versus 2. Westmelon continues his aggression onto the site.
Yeah, I need to get this bomb down and get a return on this investment. Waro has created the space for that to happen. We'll see now. MezTal, I think, is a big name on this squad. Unfortunately, gets flanked out. You know, I was trying to set him up for maybe a nice moment, but there's not much that can be done when you're getting shot in the back. All the same, the DRILLAS, it's actually quite a nice round for them.
Yeah.
They do a lot of damage, get the bomb plant, and I think may well look to buy back in here.
Yeah, I think they probably will. Bit of a force off the back of that, but finding 3 kills, hurting that CT side economy, which we know is semi-difficult to be able to build up, but they've got a bit of a buffer in this round, especially with Amelia saving that Famous, putting that into the hands of at least one teammate to save that a little further.
No, I
DRILLAS,
top right because Ona never has his cap top right.
well, they are just going to have to force up there. Being held by Fufu and Zaka.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, guys, come
Looking good. I like it. I like it. I think it's a fair idea. This could be a real opportunity for them to, as you say, demolish that economy. So they're looking to try and find a way into the round itself. Unfortunately, Lynn Vision, very, very prepared. You know, they have foreseen the buy. They have obviously gone in for a lovely set play of their own and come away with a 2-piece. That is kind of the big man that they're going to have to watch here. Amelia is the player that is trying to pick up the pieces, trying to refill the stats left by Starry in particular. And in some games, he does a good job. In other games, he will go missing. So keep your eyes on Amelia and what he's able to do in the RMR.
Another player that you need to keep your eyes on is this AWPing hold by Zaka. He is going to be a pivotal piece for this Lynn Vision gaming squad. And, well, we're only 3 rounds in, and he's already got his primary weapon in his hands, and the rest of the buy around it doesn't look super fortuitous, but being able to find those 2 early kills onto Clem and Waro does open this round up a little bit more, and Zaka is going to be sure not to miss his follow-up shot. MezTal trades on back, Zaka picks up another one, and even though MezTal finds himself a second, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a 3rd round for Lynn Vision Gaming, and again, they're just looking to kind of stomp DRILLAS down at any which opportunity they get.
Yeah, it is just this opening, unfortunately. And those are the types of plays as well that you're going to struggle to get away with. You know, moving through the smoke, I don't think is necessarily the wisest or the most consistent, but DRILLAS just trying to see what they can get away with at the end of the day.
They've got to push the boat a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly. I like the half buy here, though. Keep that pressure on. It's something that's been very, very problematic for Lynn Vision, is I think just no breathing room to work with. Zaka going to open up, flashed up. The Tex will track him down, however, it's the trades that look good here from the T side. Amelia, a little awkward, but will go down quickly. Bomb has yet to be planted. Westmelon thinking about getting aggressive here, but decides better of it.
Yeah, I thought he was going to push through the smoke there, but a little bit more regimented. Does allow the DRILLAS to set up with these rifles, though. Kavem with the AWP in tow and Waro with the M4, just waiting for someone to get a little bit overzealous. Kavem does not want to scope in yet. He's going for the no scope if possible. Or the quick scope, that works just as well. As Westmelon's on the corner, now flying. Information given up. Know that Kavem's close. Could have rotated around, but he's just going to hold the same angle. Whiff from him. Of course, not the primary AWPer on the squad, that being Waro. Plenty of time ticking away. for him to be able to clutch out this round. Spots him out from range, and it's the recovered M4. Finds that first round of the RMRs for the Drillers. Saved up into round number 5 as well. And a timeout being called. This gives Drillers a little bit more time to be able to work out how they want to approach this round. Now,
yeah, I mean, this is one of the key things. I really like what Drillers have done there, you know, the old grab a chill call, and it really can have a pretty interesting kind of effect at the end of the day. So, you know, you do have to look into things like that. And Lynn Vision, it's a little bit textbook of the region, you know, 2v2. They're the ones that try and make the play. They're the ones that overstep. So they have to be careful of that. I think this is something that Drillers will have as those, you know, sort of European minds, let's say, European approach to the game at the very least. They will have looked at that and said a lot of these teams, they like making plays, they like having the directive within the fights, you know, so I think it's something that they really will tap into.
Yeah. Saved up into round number 5 as well. It's an interesting buy up here as well. Missed out on the on the P90, sorry. Instead of buying into that AK with the rest of the squad. Could be a misbuy for the time being. Of course, dramatic change is the fact that you can actually sell these damn guns now. No further punish. Back in my day, if you misclicked, you were stuck with that thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I saw...
Are we CS boomers now? Is that what it is?
I think so, mate. I saw an Instagram reel that was like, oh, wow, it's like an AWP clip or something. And one of the comments was like, oh, man, I didn't realize the AWP used to have 10 bullets.
Oh, God, what?
Yeah. So...
Dude's straight from the womb playing CS if he's that fresh.
It's gone, mate. It's gone, unfortunately.
Head's gone.
Know. Yeah. You know, Old Inferno is like what we would consider a new Inferno. Do you know what I'm saying? Like players that are playing the game now would say, oh yeah, Old Inferno is in the one on CSGO, but they probably wouldn't be looking at the one from 2014.
No, they probably wouldn't be thinking the one that down Banana had the little alcove where you ran down the side hall, right? And the little openings and stuff. Well, we've got headphones off for the latest edition of the Drillers.
Yo, this guy is dripped out.
Hey,
what the hell?
It's the new Perfect World jackets that they gave all the players. I think they gave them to the prod team as well one site.
Hey,
I know I asked for the
crazy.
teacup earlier, but I kind of changed my mind.
How
about we get some of these? Anyone?
He looks, oh yeah, yo, that is
Dude, they look
so
hard.
Cool.
They're so hard.
That is so cool. Oh my goodness.
While we're speaking about drip, what's the vibe check on the Drillers merch?
Ooh, I kind of like it. They got a little bullied in the UK scene, I won't lie, because apparently it looks like a Tesco uniform, which you know is like a supermarket here over in the UK.
Other supermarkets are available.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, ultimately, I think it looks fine. You know, they're gonna get a little bit memed because of the energy that they bring. But I think they look fine, and I like that it's a little different. It stands out. They've not just gone for quote unquote conventional jersey.
No, absolutely. I was kind of expecting a little bit more Only Pixel face, but they've toned it down for this. The stickers, however, and the logo, just straight Oni, which that'd be
he's a humble guy.
Some of those crafts. Yeah, he's a humble guy.
Well, I watched the interview, and I think he's like, you know, I'm helping people, I'm supporting. I think it's a bit more like us, the community, them, the players. They want the meme effect for the sticker if they are to get it.
Oh, absolutely.
But if he just started putting his face everywhere, you know, that might be a little bit on the nose.
The crafts are going to be deep.
I wonder what he's throwing down right now. I wonder what he's saying at this point. You know, like, listen, guys, keep your head in the game. Just shoot them better and stuff. You know, like I wonder what kind of knowledge he's bringing.
Scenery, gold for gold.
Yeah. Listen, guys, we got some downtime. Get the cases open. Stay in the mindset. Make sure you're staying in the mindset, guys. That's the advice he's given. Absolutely. Yeah.
Hit that escape button. Straight to inventory.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if you're allowed to do that, like in an official. I've never really thought about that angle, but Owner Pixel really brings a new kind of outlook to the game for sure.
They say that coaches aren't allowed to communicate midway through a game. Is he allowed to just open cases, just like sit down when he's not talking to his team? Like, can we get a rolling check on that? Is that allowed? Like,
yeah, not sure, man.
It might be the first gold hit mid-series by a coach. Like that'd be.
Well, that's also true. That would be that would be a bit of a legendary moment. He's just off in the corner while they're, farming the RMR, opening knives. Yeah, that would.
That's the dream, bro.
That would be something. That would be
made it to the major, but look at this case hardened Karambit, bro. This is sick. Like,
yeah. Oh man.
Bringing it back to the game real quick. So Lynn Vision, of course, certainly in the driver's seat right now. We've seen a nice round off the back of it by the drillers, though. Of course, Sans tech issue with Senary. They're able to have a pretty decent buy into this one. I think it was the saved AWP that went straight over to Warrow. He hasn't had it in his hands since, as we saw it being picked up by... Oh, I can't remember who had it in the previous round. I think it was Miztal, who has hit a couple of shots just to be able to clutch them into that one. But yeah, the fact that we're seeing force buy rounds happen again and again against these Asian teams is, I don't know, potentially a little bit telling about the way that they play against half buys and force buys. It seemed like they had a pretty decent read on it, the fact that Zaka was playing that close angle, but then just getting overwhelmed by the barrage of bullets that was the Tech 9s. It's certainly not ideal. Is that a USPS necklace?
Yep.
That's hate.
This is crazy. Like the outfits, the necklace,
skins in game man out.
The drip is out of control so far.
I'm here for it, man.
We're
we're
only on the first day. We're only 2 games in.
Should wait. I mean, there it is. There's the jacket.
It's growing on me massively. I'm not gonna lie. I might get a career change and try and last minute become a referee.
Just admin, just so you can get the jacket.
Please. Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, I think game wise so far, it's a little difficult to really get super deep into things.
Yeah, I agree.
I set up a very sort of niche point that I think the drillers have got a read on the region, a read on the way that they like to play, and there is going to be a great deal, I think, of patience for these players and the way that they approach things. That is sort of the key thing to really inject into your game from an early stage, and hopefully that they have done during the boot camp and whatnot. Yes. Is the discipline game, So I think that they hopefully can really, really bring themselves into things here from that kind of extra sort of level. And it's what someone like Senary coming in a little bit last minute, right? He is a very sort of supportive player. He's a role player. I think has sort of dabbled into IGLing a little bit as well in the past. So, again, going to be another voice that's able to just bring a level to the game. And then Hadji has played at a very legitimate level within tier 2 as well. There's a couple players in here that you might say that it's like, should they necessarily be playing in this team? I think it's fallen quite nicely. The serendipity of it all is that as they've been dropped by their previous teams, that's when the major qualifiers started. Why not? Let's go for it, right? So yeah,
you mentioned about Senary coming in with quite a bit of experience, which is good, but notably the experience he's lacking is playing on a team outside of that Kosovo region, right? When we was on Blink, Bad News Eagles, even Guild Eagles, that roster remained pretty solid for a multitude of years. I think it was almost 4 years that they're on that roster from the Blink beginning to the end of the Guild Eagles. And now moving into Drillers, he's playing with a more of a, well, let's be honest with you, it's a European comp, right? We've got, with the exception of, I believe, Meztal, everyone is just, it's people that he would have been playing with and playing against for a while. And now he's been thrown into this kind of new sort of setup. What is this level of tech issues? You're getting a fellow player coming over to be able to fix your PC. This is something new.
It's a little new. I think we'll let them figure it out. He's like, listen, bro, I got this super sick crosser. I got to show you.
use this one, please.
Yeah.
I've just sent you a trade offer. Use this knife for the game. It's the best.
Yeah. I don't know, but unfortunately, this is kind of the day one issues.
Day one jitters
that we are going to have. Yeah, it's the way that it goes, and I think it's fair. Listen, man, the more time we add, the better my sleeping pattern gets. So, you know, there's positives everywhere.
For context, so obviously we kicked off at 8 a.m. today, UK time, for these best of ones. Tomorrow, myself and Scriv will be joining you for the best of threes that start at 2 a.m. UK time. So it's a bit of a flip-flop between sleeping schedules. So make sure you guys have got your alarms set if you're based inside of Europe. It's a little bit friendlier if you are inside of that Asian region, of course, but still an early day for all people all round, and for the prod team and for the Perfect World guys as well. So give us a minute for a little bit slower tomorrow morning, okay? Just give us a beat.
Listen, man, for years, maybe there's a few watchers out there at the moment that'll appreciate what I'm about to say. For years, we've been a very EU-centric game when it comes to the time zones. You know, the Americans, the Australians, the Asian fans have to wake up or indeed stay up to sort of the difficult hours, the early hours. So I think it's about time that a big all eyes on type event starts a time zone that works for them, you know? So, and we have to get a little taste of how it goes. So yeah, I think I'm cool. I can hack it. And I think that everybody out there as well is hopefully going to have some of that excitement where it's like, yo, this is what I'm doing with my day. I'm waking up to watch Counter-Strike. Like sometimes that's not something that we also get the excitement of, right? It's like, oh, I've got the game on while I'm at work, or I've got the game on after work, or whatever it may be, or school, etc. But now it's a little bit like I have to schedule my day around, you know, this passionate thing that I love. So yeah, I think it's kind of a fair enough, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But in the same vein, I also agree.
We're yapping about Counter-Strike. It's
that's it's kind of true. It's kind of true. Yeah. But we love complaining in the UK,
absolutely,
sure.
Absolutely. That's a UK staple.
Yeah,
both in the UK CS scene and outside of the UK CS scene, just in UK. I'm seeing headphones back on, and I'm seeing Senary back into the server.
I'm saying nothing until we get the Counter-Strike back on the screen. I've been around for a while, man.
It must be eating only alive, not being able to talk through all this time as well. He's a coach, he can't communicate. Like, bro has like had to remain silent for the better half of 10 minutes while the rest of his team communicate between themselves and fix this issue, which everything crossed, it is. Yeah.
It's not easy. That's the one thing that would probably put me off from coaching, is that like in the middle of rounds, I would want to like jump in there and be like, do this.
Well, back in the day.
Go here.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
This was, again, we're talking 2014, maybe even a little bit after that, back when coaches could communicate throughout the entire game and actually had a pretty robust effect on the teams because you moved away from having an IGL because your coach could essentially take up that position. You just added 5 fraggers onto the server and your IGL was your coach. Of course, that changed. IGLs became a lot more prevalent. Some teams adapted to it a lot quicker than others. And now we live in this world of kind of a mixed state where coaches are allowed, but only to be able to communicate during very set times. And a lot of their work is done off the server and outside of games now, where they're able to communicate and set up alongside analysts, etc., to build out these strats and these regimented play patterns. Now, I say that, Only Pixel is, of course, the coach for DRILLAS, and I don't know how much he's been able to support from a strat standpoint. I'm seeing a lot of piece of paper round by the DRILLAS. If these are only strats, I would love to see what they are. Maybe they're straightforward, maybe they're complex, maybe we need to be putting a little bit of respect on the coach Only Pixel's name. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's all post-event, post-day kind of jargon. I'm sure as we get on, Banks is going to have him on the microphone as well. You know, get some thoughts from this guy.
Came across really well in that HRTV interview, to be fair.
He did. Listen, man, I'm a fan. I've been a fan for a while. He's kind of funny. He's got some memes. You know, he's not afraid to get his legs out, which I think is great. So, you know.
Damn, just put him on blast, dude.
I'm a big fan. No, well, listen, man. It's like, it must be hot in there or something.
I don't know what the temperature is like in Shanghai at this time of year, to be fair.
I have no idea. I've never been. I've never had the pleasure. Fair enough. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We are filling to our heart's content for this one.
18 degrees Celsius. That is peak summertime in the UK.
That is peak
God.
short weather.
Oh my God, we're back.
We're in.
Let's go. Drillers.
Hold on.
T-side.
Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on.
back? People are
We're not fully live. We're not fully live.
Are we live?
But
People are moving?
we're at least back in the server. People are moving and
It's
stuff.
fine. Watching the beautiful game.
Yeah.
Okay, I think flying's now standing AFK. Oh, you know what? Actually, oh, okay, no, it's not
Here we
live.
go.
It's not live. Match medic. There we go. We revert back.
But this is good. This is progress.
This is good, but Warrow's lost his orb that he saved from the previous round. And unless it's on the ground, I don't think we're going to be live yet.
Yep. He'll get rolled back, hopefully, he says. But it seems we're live. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we are just at a point of like, please, God, can we play
So
the game?
please, can we play the game? Please, can we play some Counter-Strike? While eyes and attention are back on the game, we've been talking about the drillers a little bit outside of the server and, of course, some of the issues that have been going on. One of the things I want to draw attention to is actually the games they played recently. So they've been playing a lot of these kind of C-tier tournaments while they've been at their boot camp in Lynn. I believe they're at the big facilities there. And while they were there playing in events like CCT and Galaxy Battle, if you haven't heard of it, is primarily almost like a development cycle team, a development cycle league, where teams like Nava Junior and Spirit Academy and teams like Monty Gen play in. And they've had mixed success at these events. The most recent one they played in, playing Monty Gen in the grand finals, almost consistently reaching the grand finals, of course, because of the talent on this team. But playing against Monty Gen, which is a development team of Warrow 2K's old squad, Monty, did lose 0-2. And it was a pretty handily one-sided affair from them. And that was the final official that we saw from Drillers before coming into this event. So I don't know if that filled them with too much confidence, but again, a lot of the conversation that we've been having about these boot camps has been, okay, yes, we're seeing them play officials, but a lot of the work is most likely in scrims and pracking outside of that. I just see another reset, and it looks like Warrow's got his AWP back. So I think they have just rolled it back, and I think we are going to be back in this very, very soon. But yeah, what do you think about that then? So the fact that we're seeing Drillers kind of engaging and competing at this almost development level right now inside of Europe, do you think that's to be expected considering how fresh this team is?
Yeah, definitely. I think that they're at a point where they'll want to take whatever they can get to just sort of get the reps in and, you know, battle some serious teams. And I think it can be a bit difficult as well on such a short time frame. You need to be in a position where you're getting invites rather than having to qualify through things. So that is one of the things I think that you'd maybe give them. Yes, they've had a few advantages in being able to work the system in the Middle East and qualifier, but they've not had as many opportunities as obviously some of the other teams in terms of those reps, in terms of getting officials under their belt and, you know, finding their feet as a team. So there's sort of ups and downs with the system.
Yeah, this is a team put together for the RMRs, right? And the fact that they're able to go through open and then through the closed as well and straight here is great. And there we go. What else is great is that we are live. Hadji going to be able to find this opening kill onto Amelia, and it's not the most sort of bountiful buys there from Envision, and it's going to fall even deeper into the trenches. Vem with the spam takes down the IGL of Westman, and Zaka flying and a Fufu rotating over towards this B bomb site, and it's the hands of Zaka. This M4 is looking to put in the work. Smoke goes down to be able to close off one angle. Is it going to be enough?
Ooh, okay, hold on. The M4's kind of come alive here. This could be a little dangerous. Pulled off the reload. Remaining two are on top of each other. I think they will have been spotted. That bomb starts to make its way out of there. Zaka nearly getting it done. Hadji with a nice finish there to hold on to the round. But a little close for comfort. Certainly a little close for comfort. Lynn Vision, we talked about the individuality, right? Maybe being something that's missing. Potentially Zaka can do it all, though. A nice round from him in isolation.
He's definitely the powerhouse of this team when it comes down to fragment potential. Plenty of people have been saying in podcasts and content in the lead up that if Zaka comes alive in every single game, in every single series, then they should be making the major. It's a shame to put it all on the shoulders of one player, but the fact that we saw how much potential we had in that previous round, goes to show people know what they're talking about. It's crazy.
Well, indeed, yeah. Zaka, I think, is a hot commodity right now. This round, I don't think we'll see too much from him or
anyone.
Entirety of Lynn Vision, really. This one looking good for the drillers. Rolling through the motions, taking it nice and slow. A quick dink and a dip from Amelia on the P2K. I do like the idea from Lynn Vision, you know, try and get together and just get any kind of damage going. Yeah, this really should be an easy sort of roll for the drillers. However, yeah, again, looking good, right? They're nice and clean, nice and disciplined, not losing their heads in a round like this that, again, just looks super, super simple, and they absolutely know that they'll be able to take it, but they also want to get it just flawlessly, I suppose.
Yeah, and that was the almost one concern that I had with Tsuneri inside of mid, is the fact he got dinked down to 36 without really being able to return a bullet. I think Flying was tagged for 20 HP, while Tsuneri was obviously dropped down much further than that. If they just overwhelmed him at that point to take at least one rifle out of the hands, then hey, I wouldn't be mad about it. Unfortunately, though, Lynn Vision, they do just kind of fall back, sit on their laurels a little bit, and aren't able to convert anything with these pistols. I've seen Westmelon save here. Nothing to, of course, save. He's simply just sitting there waiting, posting up, seeing if he can find at least one hunting player. But nothing in his crosshairs and nobody to speak of. All 5 players of Drillers staying alive, and they do bring us level. It's 3-3 now, with Lynn Vision's economy looking pretty decent. Going to be buying up into these rifles, trying to claw back a couple of these rounds off the back of Drillers, securing 3 in a row.
Yeah, an important round here. I think the big thing to consider from the Drillers is the fact that they kept that economy so close. As soon as they won a round, they break the bank, and indeed the gap closes. So Envision have not really had a chance to fight back since losing their first round, such as the harsh game of the BO1 and that CT economy in particular. But this buy obviously looks a hell of a lot better. Early spam doesn't really result in too much. Drillers just holding outside of B right now.
Missed how much send this, you know. Close angle, Zaka does look for the opening kill into Scenari, and is going to be able to find it. Flying with the swing. Flash comes a little bit too late, but still going to be able to find that kill into Mesdown. On the spam through the wall, and Zaka's lucky to escape with his life there. Down to 30 HP. Surprised he didn't just fire a rogue bullet back through. They know the Orp's in tow. Or he might go for this as the smoke begins to fade over towards ramp. Fires a dry bullet, but nobody home so far. A minute remaining on the clock. Plenty of time for Drillers to be able to readjust.
Putting a pin in it for now. I think this is another situation where they're like, we need someone to walk into us. Don't know that it's necessarily going to happen here, though. Lynn Vision hopefully learning their lesson, but also just, yeah, really in zero need for them to do that. Oh,
You two
really
leave something to
presenting.
be desired for Drillers as well, right? We've got a smoke and a molly, and that's it so far for Kavem and Haji.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything coming in this round, to be honest with you, Cody. Like, there's no space, no utility, and just nothing coming. So I don't know. I think, to be honest, you potentially just move away to save. They've also made a lot of noise here, so you can see Lynn Vision are super, super ready for this. And there you go, just get absolutely flattened in the end. Flawless round from Lynn Vision to answer back, and that is just the perfect response once they get those guns back out.
Drillers could have saved there. A pretty decent back pocket full of econ, but instead they have decided to go for it. Pretty regimented as well, to be fair. Went in, timing was good. I think, again, as I kind of touched on, the limited amount of utility definitely didn't help them out there. Oh my good lord, what is this? Warrow on the boost. Can he spot Amelia? Oh no, the smoke is just not going to work out in his favour. Amelia, if he jumps on top of Xbox, he's going to fall fatal to it. Wanted to see if he can find out more. A Fufu takes down Kavem. The bottom part of the 2-man stack falls to the wayside, but it's now on a 4 versus 4. Scenario information given up. Knows that there's someone inside of Jag at least. Falling back to cave now. Has Westmelon. He's cut. Envision open a little bit here. You two are getting set up just for this left and right smoke angle to be able to finish over on this B-bomb site. Flashes and smokes coming in from both sides. Molotov in tow as well. Drillers now soon, as this molly fades, going for the execute.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not really all that much that Lynn Vision can do to stop them getting in. Taking a leaf out of their book, trying to go for a boost play, but nothing really spotted over the top of it, so they have to let this bomb go down and mount the retake. They do have kits across the board, but really not much else to get themselves into the situation. Warrow taking quite a few fights, does hit a fair few shots. We'll see whether they come up true in the next few moments here. Zaka finding one up close. He does get side swiped, not really checking his angles super cleanly. There's not a lot of time here as well to get on this bomb. Suneri eventually overwhelmed. Hadji left to clutch it up, but he cannot get it done. And I think they just about get it thanks to the kits. Really close to the wire stuff, but Lynn Vision, they will string them together.
Yeah, great retake there from Lynn Vision. It seemed like Drillers had it all under control, but all it took was one fell swoop for the Chinese roster. Them to be able to take it down. This time it was really unfortunate for Warrior, actually. Finds that opening kill, but not able to find the second. I think if we play Trigger Discipline for maybe half a second longer, we get the player who swings out of Jaguar and then potentially finds Amelia as well as he swings on through. Certainly changes the perspective of the round ever so slightly, but woulda, shoulda, coulda. It's going to be a fifth round on the board here for Lynn Vision. Quite a close game, to be honest with you. These rifle rounds, Lynn Vision has been coming... I don't know. They've certainly seemed a little bit stronger than Drillers right now. It seems like that team play element that you were alluding to earlier on is a little bit deeper in the strat book rather than what the Drillers have. I mean, they're good on these force buys, and that's what we're going to be seeing here, but all comes down to Lynn Vision potentially overextending and then getting punished by it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say at this point. Still a little early for me, but Lynn Vision just immediately have that bounce factor off of each other, this unspoken coordination. Site partners know each other really well. You know, things like this are playing into their hands quite nicely. And again, I have to reiterate, yes, it's 5-3, but it feels like Drillers have only really earned one round, and then the other two fell into place, you know? So that is the game, that is the way that it goes, but I think it is worth considering that Lynn Vision, their consistency is a lot better than the scoreline would suggest.
I love this Westmoreland angle. He's been playing this for the entire half so far, just posted up inside of Jag for early information, then falls back to cave and is the first face that usually the Drillers see when they push over towards this B-bomb site. Not afraid to get up close and personal as the IGL against this U stack. Time is ticking down though, Scriv. I mean, they're running out of time, the Drillers, to be able to execute on anything here, but it seems like Lynn Vision have read this well, that they are still poised towards this B-bomb site with little to no physical information given up by the Drillers. It just seems to be a good read.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of depth thus far to the Drillers game. They're on this low buy as well. It is predictable that the Mixie team would go in for the B first play, and you can see why, because it works. They find 3. They've earned the bomb site. They've got that bomb down. There's also an AK in the right hands here. Hadji could do a lot of damage. Flash comes over. Shadow spotted. Pre-fire is there, but it's not enough. However, Zaka finds himself alone all of a sudden. Mac 10, double swing, in fact, will take him down. And a big round there. Bit of energy in from the Drillers. A massive find. And again, the force buys are a problem here.
So interesting. It feels like they throw the strat book out the window, because clearly they have a plan for this. Clearly they have a plan for this big pop onto the B-bomb site, run the time down as long as you can. But when they get onto the site, it's just individuals playing their own game of Counter-Strike, essentially. Taking these big fights and getting really up in the face of the opposition of the CTs. I'd like to see some more of that, but this time with rifles in tow. If not rifles in tow, not many of those going around for Lynn Vision right now. Only 2 of them, and one of them's already taken out. That's a foo-foo. The pistol of Westmoreland does manage to find Suneri. Can recover that AK if he's quick enough, but I think he shot it down the hill. Oh, yeah, he's hunting for it. Does manage to pick it up, but just that smoke fades could have been lethal. Medstab takes down the IGL of Westmoreland. soon to be swinging into the crosshairs of Zaka along with Haji as well. Everyone's just a little bit low. This Deagle could be brutal, and it is. Rips the head clean off of Haji as he spams on through the wall. Now on a 3 versus 2, more damage can be done here if he can hit the shot, but it's not to be the case from Zaka. Flying with this M4, still yet to pull the pin, pull the trigger on this round. Soon to be swinging on through, but MongolZ is just too crisp. It's a 5th round on the board for the DRILLAS, about to bring us level once again. Now we're starting to see a little bit more from this T side.
Yeah, Lynn Vision have had a tough gig, man. The money's just never really been in for them. As soon as they lose a round, they're straight back on the back foot, really. So I think once this first half is done with, they'll be pretty happy. You know, they can move on to the T side, less of a worry, and they can control the directive. DRILLAS keeping up, though. And this is the thing, right? We were like, firepower is there. They can certainly do it. Will they be able to bring a team game? And the answer so far is certainly not no. Yeah, exactly. So I think that there is room for this DRILLAS team to keep things competitive here. The ground has not fallen out from underneath them, which I think was, again, another sort of semi-expectation, is that maybe they just sort of come to the tournament and they don't really have much of a game at all, but it looks pretty legit here. Nice from West Melon. So a few more bodies to get through. Oh, that's the bomb. Small oversight from Clem has made life awkward, and this has become very, very expensive against the USPs. Flying trying to change up the game, but he's, of course, got no armor, only got the USP, so he does what he can. It's not enough, but some kill bonus in there, I suppose.
I mean, a commitment of absolutely nothing. I think that was USPs and maybe even one PTK in the round, and that was it. Managed to find 3s and, like you said, make it expensive for the DRILLAS. The best Lynn Vision could have asked for of that round, and for a brief moment, it looked like they were going to be able to take it. That would have been debilitating for this T side, but the only Pixel cohort taking the lead for the very first time in this best of 1. Are they going to be able to hold on to the reins? Or are Lynn Vision going to be able to smack back? Only time will tell. Full buy from both sides. You two across the board as well. Level playing field. You two being committed over towards this A-bomb site. Nades going in as well. So to clear out every angle known to man. Zaka's going to be looking and forced into an awkward angle. Does manage to find that kill onto Haji. Traded straight back by Waro. But it's almost like they've just drawn attention towards this A-bomb site, because look where the bomb is. Over on B. MongolZ, mollies go in. They've cleared as much of the site as they need to. And as they block off that CT angle, Flying, nothing he can do here. Flash goes in. Kvem might swing off the back of it, but just going to be waiting for that correct timing. Spots out 2. That's the hold back.
Ooh, nice shot. Yeah, and holding them off really well here. Some more damage coming in. The peaks continue, and he's just doing his job perfectly. They're trying to circumvent him and find their way in. Eventually, he will go down, but surely he's done enough. A Fufu, slowly but surely, making his way in. There's not enough time. Round's going to be over. They just have to hide away, whether the kills go their way or not. And DRILLAS, they will take the lead moving into that second half. Really, really clean stuff here, man. And I mean, this is part of the problem. As we were saying, the firepower lacking a little bit. The panic is there as well. And I think Lynn Vision playing like the team that's under pressure, you know, super, super simple. Hit them with the, you know, you go A, I go B kind of strat. And it works because it's just so flat that Lynn Vision are like, oh yeah, they're never going to do anything like that. They'll definitely be going A here and what. But no, there is a little bit of layerage to the DRILLAS approach.
And what sold it a little bit more as well is the fact that they committed Haji and Waro over towards that A-bomb site, right? Who have been quite influential players throughout this entire first half. And kind of leaving Kvem, MongolZ, and Sonari on the extremities over towards that B-bomb site. Honestly, all it took was one additional body from Lynn Vision over towards that B-bomb site early on for them to be able to, well, say the jig is up. It was a pretty early commitment from the Chinese squad for them to say, okay, no, it's just A, because of the people they put here. Does blow up in their face, evidently, but can't harm them in trying. I mean, look, we call them geniuses if it is just a 5-man push towards A, and they call it, right?
I mean, I suppose it definitely feels over-aggressive. No bomb viewed, no real deep execute. So, you know, I think drillers are in the heads of Linvision. That's what that shows to me. You know, the over-rotations on CT side is usually a pretty telltale sign of, like, we have to play where they're playing, you know, rather than having confidence in your setups and your defense. But that's all said and done now. We'll see what Linvision can find. A in the pistol and B on the T side itself, whether it changes things up. Drillers, though, starting to feel a bit real for them as they have the lead in the game at the moment, but that might be short-lived if the pistol goes well for Linvision, and the Glocks closing the gap are indeed doing good work. Bit of team damage comes in there, but ultimately not finding any success on the drillers' end. Haji trying to stay cool on the dualies, and the B support is exactly what they needed. Knife is out, and Warro's gonna find it. Catches him with no ammunition. The first knife off the major circuit comes pretty quick. Comes pretty quick indeed. And of course, it's the bloody drillers to do it.
That was brutal. You can see the cogs whirring in his head. It's like, okay, I think we've run him out of ammo. Let me just go for this one. And it was in the back of the mind of the final Linvision player as well. It's like, I'm going to get knifed here, aren't I? This was really nice from Haji. Love seeing a big commitment there straight from it. Oh, the final 2 whiff bullets is so rough from a Fufu. But yeah, really nice from Haji over in CT to be able to open up that round just a little bit more. It was kind of a bit of a stalemate as the bomb site was over towards that Linvision dominant side. It was the dual Berettas that find 2, 1 for each side. Moving to round number 14, with drillers at 8 and Linvision at 5. Current stack aimed towards this A bomb site, with the bomb a little bit further away. Could get cut off if one of the drillers get a little bit overzealous inside of mid, but no, they play the round, play it a little bit slower, and MezTow is the first person to find some combat.
Yeah, making money here on the MP9s, exactly what they're about. And indeed, trading 2 for 3 there, but loads and loads of cash earned by the drillers. And this is unfortunately a much better start for them than Linvision were granted. So yeah, they'll get to build some of that cash, swell the coffers, moving into what could be the last stages of this map. Linvision have very, very quickly got to get themselves on the board. They know that. That's why they go for the eco and the early AKs here. But yeah, drillers looking down the barrel of double digits. I like what I'm seeing, Cody. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm kind of here for it as well, honestly, dude. I think early on it looked like Linvision were in the driver's seat, but drillers have very quickly changed the story on this game. Kvem and Warro are going to be able to find 2 opening picks inside of mid after Amelia finds MezTow. Punishment for his crimes of killing his teammate. Needs to be cautious though, because lane is not secure, and if Flying got a little bit too pushy, could find a couple of frags here. Kvem and Warro set up together. They were holding mid together on that T side, and now they're doing it on the CT as well. This is their domain to play in. Have a look at this map presence, though, over towards this A-bomb site. Look how far forward Westmoreland has been able to get. He's able to clear out the entirety of CT. His timing is not against him. Senery's going to be able to take him down, but no. One tap from the AK to shut him out of the round. Westmoreland down to 14 HP, needs to be cautious about any fight he takes. He needs to play this off angle, and this wide one is exactly that, but it's a stray bullet from Kvem that manages to close down one. Warro finding Zaka, and now Flying nowhere to be seen over on this B bomb site, and it seems like Kvem has an idea. Oh, he looked away at just the wrong moment. Maybe Flying's going to be able to pick him off. He is. No one's on the bomb as of yet, but he's not to know that so far. No util to play with the molly going down, the flash coming through. I think that's going to be enough for them to be able to defuse the bomb. Flash goes up, looks for the swing, but yeah, bomb's simply not trying to for him. He's sticking it. It's a 10-second for all of it as well. Flying, you're simply aiming in the wrong spot, my friend. And it's going to be double digits for the drillers as Flying now looks to hold on to his AK, but it's not going to be enough. It's 10 rounds for the drillers, 5 rounds for Linvision Gaming, and their buy is not as bolstered as they would have liked moving into 16.
All over the place, man. I mean, you know, Flying is just way too slow for my liking. Yes, I get you're on that lurk, on that flank, but if they don't think he's in on good time, why rush the plant, you know? But I don't think it was a rushed plant. He was just a bit slow. It's really messy here from Linvision, actually. And this is something that we were trying to give them credit for, was having a bit more team play. Initially, it's a very, very good read that there's an aggressive move from the drillers. They won't have protocols and things like that in place to be like, right, we've made the play. We now have to drop back into the follow-on setup. And you could kind of see they were hanging around a little too long in towards mid and whatnot. So that left a big gap. Lynn Vision should be able to exploit that. And it felt like they did for a moment. But yeah, just... there's some issues. There's definitely some issues here. The timeout is needed, but I think drillers may well have done enough already.
You were saying you're a fan of these early timeouts, and honestly, so am I. I would have loved to have seen Lynn Vision take a timeout in that first half just to be able to re-establish what they needed to be doing coming into this T side. And, well, evidently that timeout has not worked out too well for them. A lot of damage on that Molotov and just a random spam from Saneri through that smoke takes down 2. And now with Waro on the edge of this smoke, with Saneri continuing to chip away, this should be an easy said and done round for the drillers. Obviously, the caveat being, bomb's been planted. So a little bit more money in the bank for Lynn Vision, but that's not the explosiveness that we've seen on some of these half buys from the drillers and honestly other teams as well. It's been a little bit more from the Lynn Vision guys.
Yeah, in the context of the round, they'll be happy, of course. 2 kills and a bomb plant is a pretty common line, but the BO1 itself not looking too good. I mean, this is the difficult thing, though. I'll say this now and give them the kind of benefit of the doubt. I think they are going to lose this BO1. You talked about the first half and the timeouts and why they didn't take any. Again, I think the game just got away from them because of the money. In reality, the strength of their rounds and the prowess on the rifles looked a lot better than drillers.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, drillers win the pistol in the second half here as well. So they've got their claws in very, very early on. We're going to see. We're going to see. I think Lynn Vision do have it in them to potentially pull things a hell of a lot closer here. Continued aggression keeps coming in. Missed shots. The drillers are a little nervy, man.
Yeah, I really don't like this. I mean, if Hadji was able to find at least 1 kill here, then yeah, it was great. But Kvem finds the opener after so much damage has been done. A lost player, Waro falls as well. Saneri's down to 17 HP. Kvem is trying to hold down the fort as much as possible. But there's too many angles, too many options for him to be able to take here. And inside of mid, Meztal's got to make a decision. Takes down 1, looks over towards elbow to pick up that first one. Looks for the second of a Fufu, but he clutched it out onto flying as well to take us to map point, and he just pumps the air inside of the playroom. It's a 12th round for drillers, but it looked like the opportunity for Lynn Vision to get back into it shut down at the hand of Meztal.
Really, really great stuff. I mean, he's the player that I think actually a lot of people have been pointing out as potentially their most impressive. You know, Waro steals a bit of the limelight because he just does so much, but Meztal is a hidden gem. You know, I think that they have sort of given the opportunity, given the platform with this team, and you never know, man, if they find good success here and potentially make the major and whatnot. Meztal might actually see be a player rather that we see being moved up and taken out of that Israeli scene once again. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on him for the event, and maybe even keep an eye on him into next year.
Absolutely. What do Lynn Vision need to do here, Squiv, to be able to get themselves back into this one? Obviously, avoiding the obvious of win a hell load of rounds.
Do you know, listen, man, if I knew the answer to that question at this point, I would probably be either A, not in this job, or B, getting a lottery ticket right now. I don't think there is a lot that they can do from this position, unfortunately. You have to take a few rounds in stride. You have to try and make things competitive here. This now becomes about tomorrow, you know, and proving to yourself that you do actually have a bit of a game here. But this is wild. This is wild, okay? And this is Drillers playing very well. This is Lynn Vision getting the short end of the stick, but also really, really disappointing us here. And I don't think they have given a lot of respect across to the Drillers side. And they're being punished for it, you know? They've not done their homework. And they are being punished. However, in this round, they've got a lead. So, should be able to do something with that.
Yeah, it's an important one. B-bomb site currently under that T side control. Amelia inside of mid taking down Waro. thorn in the side for a while. Oh, missed out timing, not working out in his favour. Just now Hadji in a 1 versus 4 and make that, well, a 4 versus 0 as the single tap comes through from Westmelon once again. He's been so crisp on some of these rounds, honestly. Like, we've been seeing flourishes of him just being like, actually, no, you're dead, within the first couple of seconds of a fight. Sometimes even less than that. Opportunities certainly present themselves here. Looks like DRILLAS were trying to get this one over and done with, but the opening frags just chipped away any form of advantage that DRILLAS could have hoped to have in this round. Now we're moving to round number 19. It's a 12-6 lead for the DRILLAS right now. 6-round deficit. The remaining 6 Lynn Vision would need to be able to take us to an OT. Kvem, while blind from a team flash, does still manage to take down the highest fragger of Lynn Vision, that being Zaka.
Kvem. He's got to be careful here. Smoke's a little late. Yeah, gets caught reloading. Amelia had crept in. So, pretty big trade back for Lynn Vision to give them a lot of control. You know, look at what that kill does. It takes pressure away from middle. A big gap. DRILLAS feel like they've got to do something here. Lynn Vision know that they've got to do something here. And they were ready. So, that is what Lynn Vision are capable of. It's good to see. It may well be too little too late, but the DRILLAS, a wake-up call for them. And, yeah, I think they also have to watch themselves moving forwards now.
Mestel showing flourishes of Techno in that previous game. Getting control of ramp and lane, but unlike Techno, not able to convert on at least 1 kill. As he holds this awkward angle. No backup from the rest of the team as well. And, well, Lynn Vision, they have the money to play with now for them to be able to hunt down Warrow. Don't believe this AWP has been revealed as of yet, as he's got a full mag and a full clip. So he is just going to be trying to hold on to this for as long as possible. Have a hero AWP into round number 20. But Amelia's going to try and rip it from the clutches as quick as possible. Warrow spotted out. Wow, yeah. Uncharacteristicness from him as flying. Great little team play there we saw from him and a Fufu. Not towards the tail end, but midway through the rounds, taking that lane control, swinging them through together, delaying it, ensuring no one could get behind enemy lines. 5 rounds in it here for Lynn Vision. Can they bring this back?
Time to see what the DRILLAS are made of, I suppose. Their first real test here. They are thus far performing well, but Lynn Vision starting to come alive, and they do have the capability. Eco out for the DRILLAS. Simple game plan, you know, just sort of send yourself in there, but yeah, this is the little team that could, and it's this next rifle round, man. You're going to be 12-8. You lose that, it easily goes 12. Right, so a lot of work if they lose the next rifle.
Could be the deciding round here. With the full buy now up for the DRILLAS, with the exception of Warrow, who's going to be forced down onto that M4 instead of the trusty AWP that we know he deeply loves. Still been putting up the numbers with the rifles either way. Economy has left something to be desired from a util standpoint. We're seeing singular flashes from players, smokes across the board and mollies as well, just to be able to hold off anyone that they can. Kvem inside of mid again. This mid presence is massive, but Lynn Vision have just called a bit of a masterclass here as they push on over towards this A bomb site. Mestel's the only person to be able to face them, and it's through the edge of a smoke. The bomb is soon to be planted as the site is completely lost, and DRILLAS now have a 5-on-5 retake for them to be able to, well, qualify to the next stage. Spams on through the smoke from Donut, flying drop down to 20 HP. I don't think it's going to be enough, Scrib.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a very retakeable bomb site, of course, and that is ultimately what DRILLAS are banking on. But can they deal with the post plant here? 1 for 1 thus far. Got to get somebody on that bomb. That's a lot of damage done. Someone needs to finish it off. We'll see, though. Kvem, confident, moves forward. A big kill coming in from him. He does get traded out. There's no time to go in for the defuse, unfortunately, and it is just Warrow that survives it. That is the thing. Lynn Vision, really, really nice call, okay? as you mentioned, the bomb site itself is open and there's no one really there from the drillers, so they get caught off by that, first of all. But it puts a lot of strain onto your retake. How deep does it go? How much prep have you done? How much work have you done? And another thing as well, Lynn Vision. There's a lack of money for drillers. Lynn Vision know this. There's unlikely to be a kit. There's unlikely to be spare nades to go for that retake. So they just send it, and it is a real limit test of what drillers are capable of in that round, and they fail it.
They're doing it again. They're just setting themselves up for this A all over again, and it's Mezcal up close with Warrow on the boost, but he's not going to be able to convert anything here. Mezcal's good for the opening kill, but Kvem needs to go massive with this Deagle if he wants an opportunity for the Drillers to close out this game here and now. But it's pistols for the remaining two players, Kvem and Sonari. Sonari's going to be able to pick up one. Smoke goes down, but he's not in a position to be able to recover any form of weaponry. Kvem, backlines, inside of CT. The smoke completely blocks him off, as does the molly, and they would have heard that connect. Amelia knows that he's going to be up close and personal, but he is ahead of the Molotov for the time being. As the smoke begins to go down, it's going to get re-smoked, and Kvem thinks about the opportunity that has presented itself. Can he lurk himself all the way round through Temple and find a single kill, maybe even a single weapon to take on through to the next? Due to the force, the buy is going to be okay for the Drillers moving into the next round, but it's not going to be as large and bountiful as they would have liked. If that 1D connected, Kvem had an opportunity here, but it's not to be the case. It's double digits now for Lynn Vision, and that timeout they took, what was this, 5, maybe 6 rounds ago, has completely reinvigorated them, and the Drillers pay them back in kind.
Yeah, the timeout coming in from the Drillers here. The luck is running out. I did say, man, Lynn Vision could get themselves going on this T side when they have that control of the fight, when they have an ease of rifle rounds. You know, obviously the economy is much, much easier to work with. So Drillers starting to struggle. And they will be sweating a little bit. Every win, every map they can pick up here at the RMR for any team really in the Asia-Pacific RMR is absolutely worth its weight in gold, just because of how quickly you can be out and how quickly you can qualify. There are only those 3 spots available, and who is that third team? I think that's the big question on everybody's lips, you know. Who is going to be that third team? The first 2 feels like we've got the answer before the tournament even begins. Yeah, there is a spot there up for grabs. Amelia opens up nicely. Talked about him filling those gaps, and he's going to do just that, straight through the smoke as well.
Amelia's going to be able to gain all of this control as well. Begins pushing on up, sees the swing, and I think they've spotted him out also. Messed out from the sidelines over towards CT, picks up one more. Warrow's really good job there to be able to take down Westman. And Sonari needs to be really cautious about how he takes this one. Gets away scot-free, but wasted util in the process. It's a man advantage for the Drillers right now. And Sonari, what on earth is that swing, my friend? Dear Lord, pushing directly into the crosshair of Zakazor, forcing him back. The spam comes through onto lane as well. As the round slows down ever so slightly. A minute remaining for Lynn Vision to make something of this. Information is known of their current location, but do they begin rotating towards A?
Gonna smoke out mid and maybe try and make it look like that is the case, but the answer to your question is no. So there he goes digging in. Yeah, and that's exactly what they wanted. Zaka takes the fight. Maybe does give the game away ever so slightly, but it evens up the numbers. 30 seconds remain here to get this bomb planted. They will slowly creep in. It's all going to come down to Hadji, isn't it, really? He's holding. I mean, is it there? The flash is perfect. He does his best, but it's not enough. Warrow, however, still in on the site, keeping the dream alive. Can't quite get the no-scope, but the bomb has been spilled awkwardly. Plant will come in. A Fufu got space to get it down, but he doesn't really have space to get away. Meanwhile, Mezcal just doesn't give anything across. Trying to deny visual, trying to deny audio. In the same vein, Afufu is very, very ready on the angle and will indeed find the kill. That might just be the clutch that gets it done here. Lynn Vision have brought it within 1.
Getting a little bit vocal now, Lynn Vision. Slap of the hands across the room as well as they realise the opportunity they've been afforded at this point. It was opened up by Amelia inside of mid. Warrow did his ample best enough to be able to find those 2 kills. Hell, one of them a wallbang on a low HP player. Does just miss the no-scope. I mean, the drillers are celebrating in their minds as the second they see Waro pick up those 2. And it comes down to Meztal, and it just does come down to the lesser rifle. The M4 versus the AK, and just playing it a little bit too safe does punish him. Another timeout here for Lynn Vision as they're on the cusp of overtime. A force buy for drillers because, I mean, what's the point in saving anything in the final round? Buy up everything you can. Util, your weapons to boot. They've got 2 rifle Screv with MP9 surrounding it, but more util than they might even know what to do with.
Yeah, this is pretty wild stuff. Lynn Vision. I knew they had it in them. And they've managed to bring it out at the very tail end here, of course. Big early damage. The drillers need any kind of leg up they can get, of course, with where this buy is at. So, yeah, that's not a bad way to start.
Need to be cautious here. Flash from Westman. Oh, does just catch Haji. Saneri's going to be able to trade one back to Amelia, who tries to back up the swing. It's a good trade, but it's information given away that there's a close-range MP9 that they need to be cautious about off the back of these fights. Lynn Vision is going to run the time down once again. It worked well in the previous 2. Why not do it for a third? Meztal. Oh my goodness. Is he going to be able to get away with this? Zaka doesn't seem to have an inkling. He's had his eyes trained on this ramp for the longest time possible. If he can find this 1 kill, hell, if he can find 2 kills here, they have no idea. He's not going to pull the trigger. He spams down 1. Oh my god, he doesn't get the kill on either. He drops them both low. Waro picks up Westmelon, but Saneri's going to go hunting. The team flash comes on through. The lack of communication happening there. And there goes Saneri at the hands of Zaka. Smoke going to go down to about to block off that long angle, but the rotate's already happened. Meztal going through mid with the backup there from Waro over on mid towards Xbox as well. It's just Kvem on the site, and it's 1 bullet for Zaka and 1 bullet for a Fufu. That's all that's going to be needed. It's still the headshot for him, looking for flying up close, and the MP9 does some work. And now Zaka, this player that we've been highlighting time and time again for Lynn Vision, the time is running down, the bomb is in tow, and he hits the first shot. He's got to look for more. He's got to hunt them. I don't think he's got enough time to plant. It's over. It's done. He misses it, and Drillers secure a 13th and go up to that upper bracket best of 3 against the Mongols.
Wow, okay. I mean, that's the game we wanted. That is the game we wanted. The Drillers will take it over the line just about. They have certainly been introduced to the many different approaches of Asian Counter-Strike, particularly Chinese Counter-Strike. Lynn Vision took them too long to wake up into things. Again, they've had a tough BO1. That probably felt like it was longer than the 24 rounds that they played. You know, it really, really was harsh, but that's the game. You have to play the hand that you are dealt, and unfortunately Lynn Vision, it wasn't quite the winning hand, the winningest hand that they needed. You know, pistols, they'll be kicking themselves. Low buys, they'll be kicking themselves. But the Drillers have played very, very well, started off on the bad foot, and they used each and every opportunity that they had available to them to its fullest potential. Very well played individually from people like Haji, Waro as well. I think the calling was actually really good for him, particularly on that CT side. A lot of gambles, a lot of risks. Their retakes look shaky, but they know their game. They know they have to keep it simple, and they know they have to take those chances. And I think they've played into that identity so very well.
Yeah, they've shown what the Drillers can do against what is arguably a bigger opponent. Lynn Vision, we've talked about some of the hesitancy we have at backing them coming into this event, but realistically, they're a team with a lot of experience together. As we mentioned, there's been a couple of changes to this roster, but that was a few months ago now. They've had plenty of time for officials and events and offline practice as well against other teams inside of Europe for them to be able to lock this down, and it looks like Drillers will just be able to, I don't know, edge it out across the game in the final round. A bit of a gap on that CT side for Lynn Vision. I would love to see a little bit more from them there. That's truly where I feel like this game slipped. 1 or 2 more rounds and the Drillers have to almost play half of that T side completely differently, and hell, even that CT side as well. So commiserations to them. They will go down into Double-Elimination best of 3 against Alter Ego tomorrow morning. That is going to be a brutal game to watch as well. Just to remind you of the bracket, it's double elimination. You lose 2 games, you're done. However, because of that, you win your best of 1. You go up to a qualification best of 3. You win that best of 3 after winning your BO1. Congratulations, you got yourself at a major. Who's it going to be, Mongols or DRILLAS? That is a big old question there. Look at these frags. Them putting in absolute numbers for DRILLAS, and Waro not too far behind as well.
Yeah, for sure, man. Waro, of course, as we talk about, such an important part of this team, but I think them, for me, stands out as, you know, the most impressive player and has to be the MVP there for the DRILLAS side of things. He really, I think has burst on and is a name that a lot of people coming into this tournament are not going to know, just because of the fact that he, you know, is on this DRILLAS team alongside the other players that we've mentioned, also the Onipixel factor, and just kind of the fact that I think that he's not really played for all that many well-known teams within the European tier 2, tier 3 circuit. You know, you have to really be ear to the ground to know, but he is a bit of a prospect, a bit of a bit of an impressive player. I think a potential star in the future. We'll see. We'll see. It all depends on, again, can he sort of do it within the local region? Is he going to stick with this team? We don't really know. It all depends on how things go. But within that game, Kvem's looked very, very solid for me and just super consistent. There wasn't anything mega flashy, but just a load of right place, right time kind of rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And while the numbers might not show it, I think Haji needs a bit of a shout out as well. We saw some really influential frags from him across the rest of the game, so really, really strong. Zaka, again, from a Lynn Vision standpoint, take a bow, dude. You did really, really well that game, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Fufu came into his own as well, which is something that we really like to see from Lynn Vision, because he's been that big question mark alongside flying around people not backing this team as much as potentially they could have been. So seeing him and the rest of the squad kind of being elevated to that level when Zaka's doing well is fills me with a bit of confidence inside of this lower bracket. They definitely felt a little bit more put together than what Alter Ego did in that game against Mongols. However, that is going to be it for myself and Scriv for today. We're going to be chucking it over to Yumi and Tea Time, who are going to be bringing you the next 2 best of 1s for today. Who is going to be able to secure those games and get themselves to that upper bracket BO3, and who will we almost be saying goodbye to as they move down to the lower BO3s themselves. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you very, very soon.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Ordinarily, I would say that the road to Shanghai continues, but these teams are already in Shanghai. I'm T-Time with Yumi, and we're back with the Asia-Pacific RMRs. One team will still be wanting to get to the Shanghai Major, but there's still a ways to go. Michael, how are you feeling about this one? It's going to be Rare Adam versus GR Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, feeling pretty good. Obviously, the first couple of games already kind of delivering and being at least close affairs from even the underdog teams, I think, going into those matchups. I don't know who you'd class as the underdog in Lynn Vision versus the DRILLAS, but that game was considerably closer than I think a lot of fans out there would have hoped it would have been. And I'm kind of hoping that continues to be the case as we kind of drudge on through the opening best of ones, because we've got a lot of teams that are vying for that second or third place positions coming out of this RMR. I think a lot of people have a lot of faith in the Mongols, but every other team, there's caveats, there's breaking points, and there's also a lot of room to grow given that all these teams have boot camps coming into this event.
And between Rare Adam and GR Gaming, there are certainly a lot of question marks as well. Rare Adam assembled from what really did feel like the scraps of the Red Dragon, the scraps of what Tyloo left behind. Kaze is somehow finding his way in through with Summer and somebody, and then they add through some real young talent in Child King and Lihang. I don't think anyone expected this team to make it to the RMR, let alone go further than that, but this has looked like a surprisingly impressive squad.
Yeah, and you know, part of that is the synergy. Summer, somebody playing together on Tyloo, Kaze and Summer as well playing on Flash once upon a time, playing at the Boston Major in 2018. You know, you have a lot of these players that I guess have synergized in that way, and then they've picked up these newer additions. So it is veterans with the younger guys, but I think this is definitely I think if I ran the numbers correctly, maybe the third most accomplished teams in terms of making it to major stages just on player reputation alone. And when you see those players in the server, Summer somebody, they still get up to their usual antics.
Of course, the other side completely opposite, but we've got to be getting into the game itself. It will be Anubis. GR Gaming, a team that has come through with caveats all across their run in Asia. Always hounded by Ping, always hounded by region. The Far East Russian team looks to make a splash and make it all the way to the major. But first and foremost, you have to go past the third most accomplished team, as Michael said.
Yeah, we were maybe running a little behind schedule, but these teams are keen to get in the server. GR working on that CT pistol, while Adam have a lot of space in through middle. Summer and Child King will at least spot some of that presence, mediocrity inside of that site, but Sal's trying to compensate.
Dallas found one, looking for a little bit more, and he will be able to collect, of course, a crucial piece of the GR side, the captain, but Wecht on the bomb side as well, one who is questioned very often, able to drop the bomb, run in himself will fall. Lihang and somebody in a position where they have to recover a reinforced bomb site and a bomb. Lihang, good for the one, but the swings from mediocrity planned out there late. And they have to be careful. There's still somebody to be careful of. Somebody starts to peek forward. He'll have to contend with Seven Nation on the other side, continuing to go for the jiggle. Turns around, goes for the wide swing. Mediocrity is back exposed, but not really giving up his head. Now he has even a stray shot as a follow-up. Lihang now realizing the opportunity lies in front of him. Time's running low. Another player down. Seven Nation all alone. And as he keeps on peeking forward, how have they given up this round?
Yeah, it didn't really feel like there should have been a way back in there for Rare Adam, but I mean, back exposed in mediocrity and, you know, I guess an inability to properly compensate on those angles. It did feel like this numbers advantage just should have been converted for GR, but this is also the caliber of players that Rare Adam bring to the table. It's also the kind of experience gap that you're maybe expecting a mistake from GR. You know, this being their first LAN with this team, and, you know, getting a big advantage like that, knowing that it can set an early precedent in this game. They get humbled very quickly. Rare Adam will be lucky they got away with that one. Somebody with 3 kills in that pistol round, but you see GR snapping straight to the force by Wecht, already landing a tag onto Kaze.
One of the things to keep in mind for GR as well is just the pressure that they're going to be feeling. Obviously, Salomax already came out in an HLTV interview talking about how they realize that for them, it is the major or bust. They can't use this as a building stone. These opportunities are far and few in between where their young organization can, you know, pay for boot camps in St. Petersburg, in China, to be able to try and qualify for the RMR as well. The fact that they've gotten here so far seems impressive, but to them, it's not enough. So in moments of pressure like that, you either shine or you crumble.
I mean, they've been building for 2 years. You know, the core of this roster has experienced that dates as far back as, I think, you know, sort of late 2022. And so they've already been building in those online officials. Somebody has to sort of come culmination. Seven Nation a kill into Summer, and somebody does at least answer back, finds mediocrity in the meanwhile. Somebody just trying to run interference, just try not to fall to these players inside of the canals while Kaze gets that bomb planted over on the A site.
Salo on the flank should have the advantage with HP, but somebody goes for the wide swing. Salo put down, and with that, he's still being a menace, and the remaining CTs will be cordoned away. Somebody's done more than his job. His demise is acceptable, but is there still a world where you can contain the rear Adam by, at the very least? Maybe pick up this AK if Chalking loses it on the way out. That could be really the only objective left in this round.
Yeah, just nothing really given up here by Rear Adam. They didn't try re-aggress into A main, didn't try and hunt those weapons at all, and so GR will just have to be satisfied with what little they're able to get their hands on. Of course, the Galil, the Scout, and a Mac can be facilitated, can be used to great effect in the following if Rear Adam don't anticipate it, but they do dodge a bullet given all that aggression that GR threw towards those canals. There's a way in which that could have gone wrong, and you know, if somebody had died quickly, then the retake was definitely on there for GR. I think what's been cool about this GR team is that, you know, there's, as far as East Russian teams, there's what, GR, Mirai, and those are kind of the two that I guess are of relevance in sort of modern Asian Counter-Strike. And they've been able to find new players to add to their mix. Seven Nation is one of those players. Get something done with this Galil that was recovered in the previous round. He is on somewhat of an island. They've got mid-smokes down. They can actually cross and even split this A bomb site if Rear Adam were willing to take the risk. Running is trying to hold round the edge of it.
Sal in the meanwhile spots out the push coming through. The players are in position to rotate. Seven Nation finds a one, but running is the trade. Chalking position known, and he maintains his menacing aura around him. Chalking has come into the RMRs ready to rumble. Of course, one of the hottest prospects in the Chinese region as far as rifling was concerned, but there were some question marks about whether he would be able to transition it into the top of Asia. So far, it feels like he is as comfortable as a fish in water.
Yeah, I mean, doing a great job so far. I mean, just hitting a lot of the important shots when these types of fights are being given over to them. And, you know, while they haven't been able to build up loads and loads of cash in these 3 rounds, they're going to be satisfied that they're putting them away at the very least. They're making sure that GR don't get off to a hot start here in this RMR because, you know, GR are going to be a team that a lot of people will not know. You know, you have to really be watching Asian Counter-Strike, the qualifiers, the leagues that are taking part. And so names like Somebody Summer, Child King, Kaze, you will know from international tournaments. You know, Li Hang to a certain extent as well. But this is a proving ground, one that has to be something material for GR, whereas Rear Adam, it will be the expectation that they would make it.
That expectation can be damning, though. You have to remember, this is a Rear Adam team where, you know, you'd say that currently the most veteran player as far as recent international appearances would be Kazi, and he is a player who has infamously struggled to make it to the major.
Yeah.
Summer. Next to run in, barrel spotted out. It's a dead man. Summer has to do a double take, but he'll find a corpse there nonetheless. In the meanwhile, the response is clear. A push into A, a flashbang dodge, but somebody might not be ready for how close Mediocrity is. But the Molotov will reveal, the Molotov will burn, and Mediocrity down low. He can't do anything in this position anymore. At the same time, Rear Adam are split up across the map. If this 2-man setup in A can mow down 1 or 2 players quickly, things become very scary.
I mean, with all this interference being ran over on the B-bomb site, yeah, they're going to break down that A setup, and they've got 3 just holding outside of the A site here on the side of Rear Adam, ready to run through that smoke. Yeah, Seven Nation overwhelmed, and while Mediocrity is near enough by to rotate in, him being on that low HP may not be conducive to a multi, but Mediocrity delivers exceptional stuff. This A bomb site now somewhat under lock and key, even a player that can flank out from main, so they're going to get sandwiched. And with only 15 seconds left, GR have read this well, but it had to start with that double kill there for Mediocrity, and boy did he deliver.
It's a fantastic setup from GR, even when they're breaking it off. The fact that Seven Nation is still playing this incredibly far forward position, waiting behind the smoke. He does drop the ball a bit, but Mediocrity is there to pick it right back up. And that's the thing about Mediocrity. He's always such a good late round presence. Normally you see it more on T sides, right? You're thinking back to maps like Mirage, where he just is just hugging Palace all across. But when he does then come into play, he's incredibly effective with his aim. GR now in a position where Rare Adam can have all of that momentum taken away from them. It's a force buy on the Chinese side. 3 Galils, an AK and a Tech 9, but this is the kind of buy that, let's not forget, an Asian Counter-Strike can take you very far.
I think what's going to be interesting to see is, GR often go for gambly rotates, crazy mid-round decisions. Can they actually translate that now that they're on LAN and the pressure is higher? Because you're right, these are the types of rounds that Rare Adam can sometimes steal away, and they're in a really precarious spot here. Inside of A main, they are sandwiched. They know that there is presence inside the site. The Molotov as well will burn them forward, and so they run right into the Tech of Summer. All these players inside of the site, Seven Nation and Mediocrity go one a pop, but they already do get traded. Sallow from Heaven as well, struggling to control his spray. And given that these players are segmented, there's an AWP in play here for Wecht as well. They need a pick to incentivize this retake, but Runnin, he gets that kill he needed. Down to 24 health. Wecht is still trapped outside of main. He's being ran down by somebody, and he will get overwhelmed. Nothing that Runnin can do aside from hoof it away from this A play, but Rare Adam break through on Tex.
And this is the problem with Summer and somebody on a team. It's just you never know when they're going to be pulling out a round like it. And it's rounds where there's the least to lose. It's a force buy. You know you're not supposed to win it. You've got an exact game plan in your mind. All you have to do is press W, let the flashes land where they're supposed to, and execute. Somebody with a triple kill, even making sure that Wecht is taken down in the very end. Wecht, a player who has maybe the most to prove, who plays with the most disadvantages as an Opera on 110 ping most of the time when he's playing in Asia.
But it's hard to overstate that Rare Adam are our favorites. GR need to be able to put their foot down and stop them on some front. Summer an entry over on that B bomb site, and they double up via Li Hang as well. Somebody just playing around the edge of the smoke is so nefarious. He is playing like a man possessed. I mean, no fear whatsoever, and just keeping his wits about him. GR thought they had control, but somebody ripped it right out from under them.
And this is the thing about the new Rare Adam, right? This is not the Rare Adam that would, once upon a time featuring Kaze, Advent, and a couple of others that would sit down and fully turtle up on bomb sites, wait for the CTs to make a play when they're just standing outside, wait for this perfect execute, anything like it. This is a Rare Adam that are very willing to get their individuals just kind of crazy around smokes, pushing through, double swinging when you need to, just saying, I'm kind of better than you with an AK.
I think what's so interesting is that sometimes when we think about veteran level players, we think, oh, they're not going to take, they're going to be sort of risk averse. They're going to play a very structured game. They'll play very smart all the time. And that's not to say that, being aggressive or pushing through smokes isn't smart. But, I think there are times where Rare Atom maybe spiral too much into these, high risk decision trees that you wouldn't expect from veterans maybe. But that's what also makes Asian Counter-Strike so exciting. They learn a style. Summer and Somebody have basically never let go. More Somebody than Summer.
And listen, Rare Adam might be that last fragment of crazy Asian Counter-Strike left from China. At least representing in the RMR right now.
Yeah.
But GR Gaming cannot fall to it. It's a half buy coming up from them. And listen, let's not making mistakes about it. We've seen some half buy wins all across today. Against the Mongols, as well as from the Mongols against Lynn Vision. From DRILLAS as well. GR Gaming are hoping that it will be their time to shine. Seven Nation has to be the spotlight. M4A4 at the ready. Had a bit of extra cash going into this one. Somebody waiting for the swing out from the pistols is going to be containing with the help of Kaze, who swings out with the Tech 9, takes a second. Only Wecht remaining a threat with the 5-7, but a threat now neutralized. Seven Nation. Spotlight might have been on him, but now it's between him and Runnin. Both with guns picked up. Will they go for it or will they save?
if they can fish out a kill in the next 15 seconds, they can go for this no problems, but the longer they wait, the less time they'll have. There are no kits available between them. And yeah, Rare Atom, don't give them a fight. GR will back themselves away, and Rare Atom just continuing to roll on this T side. As much as this map is T favored, I think it's been clear to note that Rare Atom have been very heavily targeting the A plays, more so than when they've been challenging B. And some of that will be, you know, the pressure point in, you know, adding a player like Seven Nation, who has, you know, been with the team for now coming up on, what, 5 months?
Yeah.
But, you know, you've seen an uptick in performance. But when, you know, push comes to shove, sometimes the things you learn, you know, it may be the more recent data, but they'll have less contingencies, less backup and fallback plans as... You know, compared to the likes of Wecht or Mediocrity, who's been playing with Salo for, you know, coming up on those 2 years, or maybe even its 3rd year now. For them, it's a little bit easier for them to create those plans because they've been in that situation 100 times at least. Seven Nation's gonna have to find a way to adapt his game if they're gonna continue to target him, or maybe even Salo's gonna have to start, you know, cheating a 3rd player over at A, but could that not play into the hand of Rare Atom should they change their gameplay?
Missing a shot as Wax now, given another opportunity, but it's still Salo and Running to take over. Rare Atom, who have tried to threaten this B-bomb side in a similar fashion, will still succeed in penetrating it, but the flashbang responds. Salo Mox picking up the AWP. It's too late to do so, and Kaze is left in a 1v1. Seven Nation sometimes put the microscope on the A site. Now it's his time on B, and he's got the timing. He's got the round. GR with number 2.
And it seemed like they were very ready for this change in pace there for Rare Atom. Just as I'm talking about how many times they've hounded this A bomb site, now they decide to change it up with a fast B take, and GR are there to greet them, and it still comes down to a very, very close exchange. I mean, critical kill there for Seven Nation to bring it over the line, but, you know, Rare Atom clearly trying to throw GR off. And it almost worked.
It has worked a couple of times on the B side.
I mean, almost all the tricks that Rare Atom has tried have worked, bar that one, so... Don't think they're going to have their confidence knocked too heavy.
There's not been too much mid-focus outside of that one force fire round. Wecht will be able to take advantage of that fact. Some are found on the lurk, and immediately you see Wecht rotating backwards. All he has to do is make sure that they can't be flanked through from middle. In the meanwhile, the A-site players are once again called to order. Seven Nation, Incendiary in his hand, waiting for the push to come out, but will it be too late? He's waiting for a flashbang. He's waiting for Rare Atom to betray their intentions, but somebody is just pushing forward. He'll be able to move past it. Straight into their heads with Li Hang he goes.
They got that precursor, they heard the flash, they got that Molotov out, but they're just able to run right past it. There's a lot of damage done to those Rare Atom members. But unless they overextend, this may just be another save call here for GR. They need the money, they need the weaponry. And that A bomb site just fell too fast. That's a really challenging position to be in. Like you said, you know, they're waiting for precursor utility, something to show intentions there from Rare Atom, and so that's what makes the contact play so valuable.
This is also one of the things that, funnily enough, I was noticing about Talon. And when I'm watching Talon, I thought, oh, Talon might be shocked by something like this. But GR themselves show that, you know, that contact style of play that a lot of these Chinese teams, historically, and funnily enough, even the Mongols like to run at times, can be very deadly. Unless you've got an AWP trained from heaven, unless you've got some sort of backup from behind so you can be second contact, feels like the first one is always a freebie.
Some words now from Duke Vishura. The new addition, Salo was crediting with, you know, innovating some of their play, bringing them up to speed and helping them learn some, I guess, hard lessons. But, I mean, they're being taught a lesson a bit in the server at the moment, so Duke's going to have to try and rein them in somehow. I don't think the idea there from GR was particularly poor, you know, a nice opening pick over on that B-bomb site, one of the few times we've seen Wecht get aggressive with that AWP. And the problem really was that the A play just was too devastating. Rare Atom were pretty coalesced over towards A, just as, I mean, just moments after Wecht found that opener.
Midside, Mediocrity tries to chain things up, and Li Hang's found him, immediately eliminating. But at the same time, it's all a mask for Run-In to find some map control. The problem is he no longer feels comfortable contesting now that mid is empty. He knows that there could be a drop down or just a watcher up above. Salomux takes a lot of damage to rotate back to the A site. They've decided to go back to a 202 setup. Lots of util for GR Gaming, but for Rare Atom, they are comfortable. Just have to be careful not to go down. Wecht spots out somebody. Crucial shot to bring it back to a 4-on-4.
Now this does get a bit worrisome if you're Rare Atom. Lose out on Canal's presence. You know, your mid player can't really join up with you without making a sound cue. And so what was postured up to be a B-side split here for Rare Atom, now they may have to redivert. And, you know, part of that is due to the fact that Child King has gotten so much room inside of middle. I think the rest of the squad has been called over to try and make this a more concerted hit. And instead, back to A may be the lean.
GR's consistently had this protocol to try and just reinforce A main instead of going back and trying to play it defensively. And look, this time it'll work for them. They'll get the information that there's no one outside, but does that just make them think it's a B hit? There's 4 players coming in, sneaking through. The snake is going to A, and now with the mid to B smoked off, you see Child King pushing forward. Flashbang, Molotov, it's all there, and Kaze doesn't need any of it. Now Salomux forced away as well. The bomb will go down. Kaze remollying off A main. It all comes down to Wecht, and he's facing to one too many players. At least Salo gets response with a grenade, but as he swings forward, Child King will undo him. And that unraveling will not be just of Salomux, the captain, it's of his team as well. Rare Atom to be on 8 unless Run-In has something to say about it.
Nah, I mean, he's not going for this. Just grabbing that AWP, and will concede an 8th round here for Rare Atom. I mean, again, this time it was a 4-on-4, and so, you know, you're still a little stretched thin. There was a gap that was left open, but, you know, we'll often see teams as well, if that is their protocol, you know, they'll take A main control, and after that, they'll, you know, hold like a slim line where they can at least cover the potential of being wrapped from Temple, or, you know, players in middle getting access to camera. Instead, you know, they go in double push. They're trying to guarantee that trade, and they massively miss the window. And all in that time, Rare Atom have crept out into the A bomb site. It's a great mid round there from Rare Atom, but you know, these adjustments, these gamble calls, these you know, slightly sort of almost random, you know, forecasting rotations that I was talking about for GR that they do in their online play. That's not something that they're doing here. They're very much running within a flowchart, and at the moment it's not led to the best of results.
7 Nation around the corner. Somebody taken down by Wecht. There's that op cover that they needed before, and now 7 Nation looks to recede backwards. They don't want to overcommit, but maybe that's what they need to do. GR, at this point, these 2 rounds are a must-win. If you don't get 4 on the CT side, it's probably too little too late. Meanwhile, though, the call is re-aggression. This might be the wrong move to make. Run-In, doubled up inside Dark, will be pushing forward. The first duel comes in. Run-In's won it, but Salo nearby needs to follow up with a double, and he will! Some are left alone, and GR given a ray of hope.
I mean, a massive double kill there from Salo, but being doubled inside of Dark like that so quick as well. Like you said, just the continuous holding in that aggressive posture. I mean, that's a way in which you can lose the round, but just as easily, Salo goes undetected and undeterred. 11 kills for the in-game leader of GR, and more important than the double he's able to get in that mid-round. But again, it's a nice opener for Wecht. I think Rare Atom had the right idea, starting to lean back over towards that B-bomb site because it had the lesser reinforcements, but those 2 players that were on the site were coupled together.
Double volley out of half. once again, we're Adam looking to fight into middle.
Not actually challenging too heavily either. I mean, they're very light on util, so I mean they've got a couple of techs, some rifles, but they didn't make use of what little they have. A flash and a smoke on a couple of members. That's a nice kill there from Li Hang. Just full drive-by on the Tech 9, and that's a weapon that can be recovered as well.
They decide not to. They're prioritizing speed as they start to go back to B. The full shift walk forward, and they're hoping that GR is going to go back and re-examine middle, but GR's on the opposite of that. They're looking for the lurk. They're looking for the ISO fight versus the Tech 9, but it's a hard one to win. Salo takes it regardless, repositions back to B. He knows they pushed through smoke before. Running is aware. He's got two, and Salo puts him down. GR find bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, that they definitely need to scrape that together. And, you know, after the Duke Vishora timeout, they're able to sort of set themselves up a little bit better, you know, play off each other, and I guess stick to almost like a hinge setup where, you know, you've got couples of players positioned on that CT side, you know, bar Weck to, again, it's just been so consistent in getting those opening kills on the AWP. This time they are able to get some rounds together, and like you said, it is kind of the bare minimum. I think there's just so many potential weapons on this Rare Adam side that as we move into the CT campaign, I think GR were definitely still getting caught off by some of these tricky maneuvers around smokes, the aggression that Rare Adam were willing to take in some of those mid-round moments, even dry. On CT side, that's not going to change that much. That can
Could be
equally
punished
be
more,
a
though.
blessing and a curse.
Look, I'm never going to forget Rare Adam going up against Tai Lu in the initial stages of this lineup where Child King versus Zhou King was going on in middle, and Child King's just trying to go for these crazy plays. Meanwhile, Zhou King's just sort of out-thinking, out-braining him. That's not going to happen very often, but if GR Gaming are able to sort of lock in, considering that they do like sometimes a very late round T-side based play, there's a world where those two inexperienced members in Li Hang in CT side dark and Child King in middle could potentially end up finding impatience on land. They could be the ones being nervous as well, no matter what their veteran aura might be around them. It's all about, hey, you lost a couple of rounds here and there. You feel like you're not really, you know, in the driver's seat anymore. You want to take control. You want to make that play.
And I mean, as much as this is, you know, not the qualifying game for the major, we understand that, you know, win a best of one into a best of three, you could have a very short route to the Shanghai opening stage. And for the veterans on this Rare Adam team, the last major sort of main stage or opening stage it would have been to was Stockholm in 2021. And that's Summer and somebody. Kaze's is much further back. That's Kato in 2019 with Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Rare Adam used to be called Vici Gaming, guys. That's how long ago it was. Well, right now the call for Rare Adam is simple. Abandon A. Look to clear out canals and bridge in the mid-round if need be, but GR Gaming will persist with a slower style. They will persist with just waiting for that aggression from the CTs.
And the slower they wait, or the slower they play out this T-side pistol, the more Rare Adam will start to be concerned about the fact they've made this sort of gamble call where they have left the A-bomb side open. Even the line that Summer's holding is not perfect. You know, a player can slide out towards that platform and actually get inside of the site. So that's something that Summer will even have to maybe consider. Gonna take the risk that no one has cheated past on that timing. GR is still waiting, and somebody's gotten aggressive all the meanwhile, flanking out Weck's topside middle, and now Summer is very well prepared. Some lovely shooting as well. They've had a slow start on that T side, but here on CT, ripping heads and running. May be able to get one, but that's about as much as they can. GR getting completely trounced in this pistol. They play slow, and Rare Adam, they got a little impatient, but they're rewarded for those pushes.
mean, the thing about Summer is that he's going to have a scoreline like 310. Right, and you're not going to know it because he pulls out these shots. Like, just the crispiest USB shot we're going to see. And it's like, oh, it's 2016 again. He must be doing really well. 5 and 10 now.
Yeah, not everybody's somebody.
And he is tearing it up on the server right now. Still for Adam, this could be a very successful start to their RMR journey. Salomux taken down with a double swing out from Kaze, and this Force Spy is already being contested heavily early on. Child King brought down low, but given space to recede, and as he does do so, this B bomb site can also be reinforced by potentially 4 players. Child King decides to go back to A, but there's still a world where GR can creep through and make this deadly on B. Li Hang's gone. That's piece number 1 falling down. In the meanwhile, somebody, Cold Water 14 and 7 is now down. 7 Nations Mach 10 from mid-air will take him apart. And with this, 2-on-3 bomb can be planted. Flashes to fly through. Kaze is scared. Child King is scared. Summer is scared. They don't have HP.
Yeah, especially because they know there's a Deagle in play. I mean, a Mach 10 as well. They could just finish off the job if they commit to a nice solid wide swing and just control that SMG. Wecht gets info on 2. The flash as well facilitating and knowing that there's at least a couple players that direction. That's this is the worry that they had coming into this retake. They know that stray bullets can be the kicker, but even with that in mind, Kaze just having enough health to trade. Down to 8 HP. That's a really close shave there for Rare Adam. Down to 2 weapons and maybe even should have been a GR round. But not when Rare Adam's in the server. Not when they are playing with as much confidence as they are.
I mean, just too many missed shots on the Deagle right there for GR. They give up what could have been a golden opportunity, and for Rare Adam, they're happy to be there to pick up the pace from there.
Yeah, they win that round. That's like a slingshot moment for GR. Their economy rebounds. Rare Adams is kind of in the bin, and we we bridge that gap very quickly.
Instead, now you're down 4 and 10 and saying, well, let's force buy again because we kind of have to at this point. It's not a bad buy. They almost made it with less in the previous round, so maybe this is still going to be the call. It's a change up. It's fast, it's speedy, it's accompanied with flashes and utility, and it's somewhere to receive, and he's received it well. The 1 kill is all you could ask for. The incendiary to interrupt their ascent up to the site, and Child King will give them an ascent to heaven. But it's not the heaven they were hoping for. Only 2 left, GR. Wecht and Mediocrity. Looking to try and save the day, and shaky aim from somebody will give him an early grave. Mediocrity forced away by the Molotov, and they will be able to reset, but the bomb, is it on the ground? Yes, it is. Too far off, and Rare Adam will only have to try and cordon them away from it. Kaze repositions backwards, just making sure that he can pick up that smoke and redeploy it. GR have a long time to wait before it starts to dissipate.
Yeah, it felt like they missed their window. I mean, there was a smoke up with that bomb inside of it, and now that, Rare Adam have been able to secure that package and get a smoke down and even cordon off the remainder of GR here, I felt like there was a good fallback path available to them in that 2 versus 3, but now that they have to come towards this A bomb site, I mean, Rare Adam know exactly where they're headed.
Continuing forward, spots out the high-low setup, and now they've got to figure out how to unravel it. Child King was already low. He's happy playing it incredibly defensively, almost kill number 3, and that's where his teammates have to pick up his slack. But as Wecht starts to move back, Li Hang and Kaze will be able to continue to swing again. It's rounds where Rare Atom might show moments of weakness, but individual brilliance still shines through.
I mean, just really nicely contained. And also not giving GR the fights they were looking for. I mean, you saw Wecht, as soon as he spawned that high-low setup, as soon as he killed low, he stared high. And, in that moment, I guess, lowering his guard, not expecting that third player to be so close by that he could, I guess, contain GR's progress. Just nice, smooth communication. They didn't overstep. They knew that GR were desperate. And now Li Hang just being assertive. A double swing out from dark. And just being very confident about it. I mean, it's a very well-rounded effort from Rare Adam. You could see the shooting and the sharpness is there for them at the start of this RMR.
We haven't even needed to see Kaze's up.
Yeah. Not even sure he's that keen on it, on Anubis.
Who is really?
Well, I mean, Wecht was. He was getting a lot of
Oh, that's
solid
true.
openers.
Fair enough. I mean, don't answer my rhetorical questions.
You know, modesty, I think he likes it, you know. But
Okay, but you know what? Maybe Child King wants to stick to the M4. At least we can agree on something. My Child King also wants to be disagreeable. He's found a headshot. Following up for more. He is here to party. Only mediocrity left. It's tough days ahead of him. Frankly, tough days behind him as well. And it feels like Rare Adam want to at least end those days for GR Gaming. Make it a quick little welcome to LAN, if you would.
yeah, it's not been a very warm welcome. They've maybe been receptive in places, but you still have to put your foot down and show them who's boss. Rare Adam were going to be the favorites coming into this matchup. I think we tried to paint this argument, this case, that GR would be a more exciting team than most people would recognize, and I'd say we still stand by that. But you could definitely see that Rare Adam are just a league above right now at the start of the RMRs, and you'd maybe hope that GR are able to shake that when you get into best of threes. But that could be one of the challenges as a team that has limited exposure to LAN events, international tournaments, hell, even just other brands of Counter-Strike. Where Adam have that in spades. They've played a pretty concise game, set intentions, and they've been very clear about what they want to do. And this time it's somebody that just wants to take fights. And he'll succeed on his first. Kaze does trade out the second. But they're not feeling too perturbed. Maybe they'll be a little perturbed now. Kaze down to 11 HP. Yeah, smoke fading in front of Li Hong's face. Kaze trying to commit to the reface, and he does. On his 11 health, he went for the trade, and he succeeds. It's only running that remains. 40 seconds with bomb on back and a 1 versus 3 ahead of him. There is a clear path that he can take towards that A bomb site that we can see, but can he forecast how Rare Adam have played this? They're all clustered together. They're playing numbers.
Kaze's going for the jiggle as well, and he's been spotted out. He didn't have HP to start with. Runnin's heading back to the B bomb site, though. Child King's gonna know. Smoke's been deployed, so Runnin now feels like he has to pursue it. He doesn't really have a choice about this one. Child King's gonna be getting the easiest kill of his life, and there you go, 13 for Rare Adam. They're gonna be going forward and be our third semi-finalist.
Yeah, I mean, upper bracket final for this team is, I guess, what we expected in that opening round. Understanding that, Rare Adam have all that experience. We have all these caveats about whether or not GR are going to be able to perform on LAN. And I think we had some of those flashes where we see the mechanics are there on some of the players, but I think they had total misreads on how Rare Adam were approaching it. And they actually just couldn't deal with somebody on that T side who was being so precarious around smokes, being very tricky, exactly what you kind of expect from a player like somebody, but knowing that's going to happen and being able to stop it are two different things.
Yeah, somebody on T side and then Child King obviously on the CT side looking very sharp. The good thing for Rare Adam is that we are getting to see some of the best from their riflers, right? From Li Hong and Child King, who would definitely have a lot of question marks around them as the two main engines for this team. And it does feel like they're ready to frag with the best of them. Maybe we haven't seen as much as we could, but also they weren't really tested that much, were they?
Yeah, and I think as well, we didn't get to see whether or not, Kaze's ult will be put to the test. I think that's where my reservations will lie. He's a player that can be, honestly, one of the best, if not the best AWPer in Asia at times. He'll have these flashes where he shows that kind of a level, and then other moments where you're thinking, wait, this guy AWPs? And you're maybe just, you're wondering where his place is on the team. And I think the fact they were playing this sort of, pace-changey, bursting style on the T side did kind of shield him from having to pick up that AWP, even though they were losing picks to the counter-AWP in Wecht. I don't think there was any significant pressure for Kaze to have to pick up that weapon and challenge him in head-to-heads. Rare Adam never felt like they were out of control in this game. They had new ideas when they met even the slightest roadblock.
And then at the same time, credit to those new ideas. You have to give a lot of credit out towards Summer as well. Some good force buy rounds coming into it. Clearly some pre-programmed stuff coming up for the RMR as well. That's always been one of the things that seemed to put Mongols apart from the other teams in the Asian region, is that it felt like the Mongolian sides very often were willing to specifically theorycraft more around force buys than you normally would see. So it's been pretty cool to see that coming out from Rear Adam once again as well. Summer obviously bringing in some of that old school stuff. As far as GR is concerned, this doesn't mean that they are out. Just as a reminder, there is a lower bracket, and in the lower bracket, they'll still have a chance to come through and maybe show that they're more than just the 4 rounds that they put up for us over here. Any question marks for them that you'd like to focus on, Michael, for the rest of the tournament?
I guess the biggest question mark would be, who are they gonna even face in that lower bracket? Because that's the main concern I have. Because depending on which team is down there, that we could see GR bounce back.
And I mean, obviously, that's one of the things that you have to keep in mind for this bracket as well, for Rear Atom, which is that as they're going to be going forward, it's a best of 1 soon after as well. It's going to be a domestic matchup, and it's going to be one that we don't really know how it goes, but why don't we find out after a quick break?
The world is changing quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Asia-Pacific RMR. We're going to be going into the last game of the first day MT time with Michael Yumi Cassidy as we head into FlyQuest versus Talon, the Aussie matchup, but I don't know if we're going to get an oi or a cry. It really depends on who you're a fan of, I guess.
And also, I mean, you just have to pick a team. You do have to pick a side. Unfortunately, the Australians are facing off each other in the opening round, and you know this is obviously not what either of them would have wanted. You know, Talon is definitely a newer project. That's why their seeding is so low, and that's why they find themselves up against the FlyQuest, who have placed themselves as the second best team basically in the Asia region, or the Asia Pacific region at the very least. And I think very deservedly so. They've been on an upwards trajectory. I mean, recently coming off of a win at ESL Challenger Atlanta, beating big in the final, where you know we have a lot of questions about this roster. We have a lot of praise given over to Inns, maybe even Dexter, Liaz, Vexai. We're talking about all those players, and then we abstain from commenting on Alistair too much. But he was a highlight in that Atlanta win, and I'm really hoping that his level can be, I guess, they're an equivalent to some of the output that some of his teammates have, or even equivalent to Atlanta, because he was ungodly. Like, he was actually so good in Atlanta that you're hoping that he can maintain that form.
And listen, Mike, I think you're kind of discrediting his upswing, because it's not that we were going to abstain. Let's be very frank. Everyone was saying Alistair was just completely undeserving of a slot, then carried them through that finals, carried them through so much of that tournament. But on the other side, we've obviously got Talon, who themselves have got a bit of an opping carry. MHL headlining the team as the Polish shopper who has come and been recruited as there, of course, the legendary IGL from Once Upon a Time, Renegades and 100 Thieves, and of course around them a younger Australian lot, an Australian lot that are hoping to come through and overcome FlyQuest in what could be their best opportunity, Michael, a best of one. I
mean, when Australia has been relevant, Azure has been on the team. You know, when we're talking about late stage playoffs of majors, Azure has been on the team. And so this is a new project with him at the helm, and then, you know, bring in an MHL that, you know, there was conversation even when he was playing with the Falcons that he could have maybe even stayed with that team. You know, they have some good heavy hitters, as well as a young an up and comer in Netic, who is able to also be a very high impact fragger for this roster.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting contrast of rifles, especially. It does feel like maybe in the opening department, you would typically edge it out to MHL. But which Alistair are we going to see? I don't really know. We're going to only be able to find out inside the server itself. But I do want to stick to that IGL conversation a little bit more, Michael, because it's interesting. It feels like Dexter and Azure have sort of been pitted against each other once upon a time, where Dexter now may have taken the lead. But, you know, back in the day, he was on Greyhound. That was always second fiddle team. That was always a team that, okay, you know, they're going to be able to maybe qualify through. They're going to be disappointing. They don't really do too much. There's a grudge over here for Dexter to overcome.
I mean, Dexter is more the new wave, and Azure is more the old wave. And you know, as much as you would want to put them up against each other, I think the expectations are very different. You know, when you're expecting the new wave to come in, you want them to reach higher heights than the old guard. But I think we've seen many different examples of where that's kind of failed to happen. You know, if you're going to draw the parallel, maybe even Furia is an example. You know, they were the new wave from Brazil, and they couldn't quite meet that expectation. And I think Dexter has definitely shown that he's a high fragging in-game leader. But, you know, he went over to Europe. He definitely learned a lot, I'd imagine, from that experience, but also was left in rosters where they were chopping and changing players. You know, AWPers were underperforming. You had honestly massive player fall-offs that I think also, you know, whether or not Dexter is a total contributor to that or not is a whole different question. While Azure, even in his, you know, previous projects, you know, there were very short stints before he found his way onto a Talon that has now put a lot of very good names behind him.
Azure at the same time did feel like a man who had his opportunities taken away from him by the pandemic era, right? Like 100 Thieves stops being in Counter-Strike, they go over towards Extreme, they migrate back to Europe. They don't really have a good time. JKS aren't on their team anymore. It doesn't feel like they can really compete with the best. Then suddenly it feels like they can't really even compete with the worst. Azure's career felt ended to a lot of people, but it does feel like Talon is going to be his resurgence. And funnily enough, Michael, you know, from what Sponge has said on podcasts and whatnot, Talon was actually in conversations to pick up as an organization this very same FlyQuest FlyQuest roster, but it was under the condition that they're going to be playing in Europe all the time. So obviously a lot of very contrasting philosophies coming into it. FlyQuest still on the up and up, but at the same time, I think a week before Atlanta, if I were to come to you and say, well, Talon beat them at a BO1, I think you might have believed them.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely possible. I mean, this Talon team definitely have the potential to cause an upset, especially when we're talking about, you know, domestic matchups. You know, as much as they wouldn't have had exposure to each other when they're both trying to play, you know, I guess outside of their region in terms of the brand of Counter-Strike, when it comes to playing against your fellow countrymen, the game changes. You know, whether or not you've had exposure to the opponents or whether or not you're friends with them, all of that plays into these types of matchups. There's a little bit more fire, there's a bit more flair, and there's a lot more just almost random play sometimes where you may not think that's the smart move, but also you know a player tendency that maybe they don't even know about themselves that you're exploiting. I think we're in for a treat in that opening best of one, but I do believe we have maybe a little delay before we get there.
Well, while we're delayed on, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back very soon with all the action. What's a day one without hiccups? Hopefully we can get the match out without any hiccups from either team at the very least. FlyQuest versus Talon coming up as the last best of one of the day. I'm T-Tam, he's Yumi. You've been through this one before, I know, but bear with us, this happens sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we've not actually had any upsets on day one so far. 3 best of ones played, and I think definitely the teams that we had as favorites coming in, I think DRILLAS, Lynn Vision was maybe the sort of most 50-50 in terms of which DRILLAS would show up, what Lynn Vision would show up, and I think that was very reflective in the scoreline of that game as well. So now we move into the final best of one of the series, or of our day rather, with FlyQuest and Talon, a derby between 2 Australian teams. And, it's hard not to say that FlyQuest come in as those favorites, and if the trend of today would continue, then, Talon are definitely going to have to prove themselves up to the task.
Is it a day of best of ones without at least one upset, though? Right? Like, I feel like we deserve one at some point, and it could have been the easy ones, right? It could have been GR beating out Rare Adam. It could have been maybe, Lynn Vision taking it away versus DRILLAS. But instead, we might end up having Talon knocking down one of our favorites to the lower bracket. I know that earlier on, Scriv and Cody was saying, hey, it seems to be a foregone conclusion in a lot of people's minds that FlyQuest and Mongols should be the ones making it forward. But let me be very frank, we don't know which FlyQuest will turn up to the RMR, right? This is a team which has maybe the most variance across this entire RMR. They've had the highest of highs. They've won a tournament. They're one of 2 teams who have done so on an international relevant scale, but then they've also bombed out of a lot of places. So, I do have those questions.
No, I think you're right to pose it as well. I mean, I think the expectations obviously are much higher for FlyQuest, given that Talon are a new project. I mean, they've only been together for 3 months, and they've been boot camping basically for the entirety of the lifetime of the roster. Whereas FlyQuest, the fact they missed out, or this core or this team of players missed out on the last major cycle with Copenhagen was a massive disappointment and a bit of a black spot for them, especially after they'd added Dexter. It's supposed to elevate the roster. The expectation was that even without Dexter, they would have made it to the Copenhagen major, and then they add him, and then they don't get there. So, I guess for them, this is, first test, obviously, against a Talon that are looking to build and do have some heavy hitters in their own right. I mean, MHL and Nedic could actually just be, very dominant forces in this series. And I kind of hope that they are able to fight up to that level, because I think it would definitely prove that Talon have, built the roster the right way around an Azure in-game leader that, has to kind of prove himself with a brand new roster as well.
We also have to keep in mind, though, that Azure, historically speaking, as an IGL, his strengths were not necessarily building up players. So I have to say, he very often had the pick of the litter when it came to the Australian scene, and very often he also had the pick of some of the players who felt like they were excluded from the top of Tier 1 from NA as well, right? The last time an Australian team won a tournament before ESL Challenger Atlanta was 2017, but that wasn't all Australian or even all APAC in general. That had Nifty and NAF, Michael, 2 players who, sure, maybe Nifty less so, but have had pretty storied careers overall. Then later on, the success they found was very often with Jacob. Azur's not been in that player building role for a very long time.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different skill set as well, but, I think it's also something that most in-game leaders will have to, grow into as they age or have had more years within the circuit, because your experience is what really will hold you into those positions, and it also gives you a lot of good bargaining power if you're able to prove that you can do that on a consistent basis. So I do agree, Azure, for him, part of that is proving that he can do it, but I think he's got great pieces around him that actually haven't shown that they're Tier 1 ready as of yet, and I think that will actually serve to his credit should we see MHL or Nedic have consistent good performances further into Talon's timeline.
And look, while Azure himself and MHL might be feeling like, hey, this is a match we should absolutely win, Michael, let's not forget that Nedic, Hazard, and Addict were being bullied by the once upon a time Greyhound roster for a very long time, right? So when we talk about domestic matchups, it's not like it doesn't go the other way as well. It's not like sometimes favorites can't just overwhelm you massively. It's one of the reasons why Alistair always felt irreplaceable if you were looking out towards the southern hemisphere side of things, because, very frankly, who would you replace him with in Australia? He was just dominating everyone, and that's even before he had this big uptick in form over there in Atlanta.
Yeah, no, and I think that's something that none of these FlyQuest members have ever really had to worry about, really, when they faced domestic opposition. I mean, it was a big reason why Dexter was, I guess, touted to move out to Europe, is that you're thinking, fragging in-game leader that is doing so much in the Australian side of things, and then you come over to Europe and he's actually still able to kind of hang, which, you know, I guess is more credit to Australia and the practice they're able to put. Of course, we do have the maps coming through. I don't think there should be any massive surprises. I didn't really have an expectation as to where this map would go, but I was kind of expecting maybe even an Ancient or an Anubis, but with Ancient being eliminated so quickly, I wouldn't be surprised if we somehow ended up in the Inferno, which I wasn't sure that FlyQuest would want to bring it to a map like this.
Give me more thoughts on that one, Michael. You got to tell me, why do you think FlyQuest would be hesitant to let Talon take it into Inferno?
As much as FlyQuest have had good success on this map, I think my problem was Inferno is a map where there's a lot of very clear flow charts that teams will follow, and given that you have more data out there than Talon do it the other way, I think it's actually a map that you can get anti-stratted on, and it's also a map where familiarity with what your opponent is going to do in terms of their executes, how they're going to set up in the apartments, whether or not they contest for brackets control at certain timings, is actually something that you consider when you're preparing for a map like this. So I don't think FlyQuest would have the relevant data to do that, considering that Talon have shown very limited exposure to their map pool, first of all. And then also they've had a break since the last officials that they've actually shown.
I will give you a little bit of pushback on that one, right? Because I agree with you. I think it's surprising that Inferno has been picked. I'm surprised that it was let through to the extent that it was, mostly because I think Talon's also quite good at preparing specific T-side rounds that help them be able to, you know, eke out one win at the very least. But we also have to keep in mind, FlyQuest hasn't played a serious official, and I'm sorry to the domestic scene, but ESL Challenger doesn't really count as serious for a team of FlyQuest caliber. Since their win in Atlanta, that's what, 7th, 8th of October? It's been a long time. There's a European boot camp in the middle as well. They went from Serbia straight to Shanghai, if I am not mistaken. There could have been a lot of work put into it, but obviously scrim work is not officials, and that also means that they are not necessarily fully ready. That is where I do want to credit Talon a little bit more as well, because it feels like not only are there flowcharts for teams overall that you can sort of lean back on, there's also flowcharts for oppers. MHL should have some very simple picks that if he wants to go for straight 1v1 duels, which we know he does like to do, so he'd be set up for success here, Michael.
So I'm wondering, you said you were going to push back. I didn't see the pushback.
I'm pushing back that I don't think that it matters that FlyQuest hasn't played for a month, right? I don't think that's going to be I don't think it matters that FlyQuest has more demos available to them, pardon me, because I think there's been enough time to really evolve that Inferno conceptualization, especially with, you know, they are not a team that is always boot camping. They're not a team that is living out of a boot camp. Whenever they do go to the European side of things, they can expect to see a pretty significant upgrade in that regards. I'm not sure about whether I would say that the footage you have available in them is that relevant at this stage.
Yeah, see, I think just FlyQuest have played a very similar style of game, and sure, they're adding new ideas, and they're adding facets to their game, and they're trying to be more dynamic, and I think a part of that is as well how they facilitate and actually enable players like Alistair. But I think largely the system has remained the same. So that was all my reservation. You know, I think it is a map that you can get targeted on. And I think if we're going to lean into those strengths for Talon, you know, those are going to be what MHL and Netic are tasked to do. I think Netic more so than MHL, as much as MHL likes taking fights and re-peaking and actually challenging for multi-kills. I almost feel like he has to on this team, based on the way that the Talon play, especially on their CT sides. I think they can be a little too reserved outside of those two pieces, and you know, obviously that is a month ago that they're playing officials where I'm seeing that type of gameplay, so maybe something that they've worked on. But I need to see those new ideas expressed against a FlyQuest that, I mean, whether or not you think about the domestic side of things, or where FlyQuest stack up against the likes of the Mongols, for example, they are pretty much our firm, one of our two firm favorites in this RMR. You know, third place is really what everyone's saying is a bit up in the air, and it could be anyone's for the taking. And given the shaky form of the DRILLAS, as much as there was a lot of talk about maybe they'll get the third slot, I think there is a real argument to be made for any of these teams to show that they are able to capable to show off that level, so that you've got a bit more confidence from your supporters, even, that you may be able to do it and keep the DRILLAS out, get rid of Lynn Vision, stop somebody like Rare Atom if they end up in the lower brackets somehow. These are the types of things that you want to invoke confidence in your countrymen for.
Oh, absolutely. But over here for Talon, for them, confidence will have to come out of this best of one, right? Not just in winning it, but also in being impressive. Because we've talked a lot about Azir, we've talked a lot about MHL and Nedic, but there are two names that haven't really been said so far. It's Hazard and Addict. And unfortunately, it does feel like from the European campaign, there is a bit of a divide between the top three and the bottom two. And that's not to say that these guys aren't able to elevate their game in certain moments and certain rounds and really bridge that gap. But it is to say that where we're talking about targeting, you could see some weaknesses being pulled apart for Talon as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, outside of, as much as I'm maybe not so convinced by Hazard, I think Addict on CT sides in particular is actually a very safe pair of hands. I think Hazard, I think can sometimes be left floating and left on islands. And, sometimes I think that is partly to do with what MHL and Nedic are doing and, pulling resources away. I think Hazard gets left out to dry sometimes. And that's another area where I would appreciate some growth, maybe extending an olive branch and asking what Hazard needs as opposed to what the clear stars are.
Of course, the man who we haven't actually talked about so far, the coaches on either side, Urkas and DJL. DJL, of course, once upon a time famous on NIP for making the T sides better. At least that's what everyone said. And then they realized, wait, are they better? So it was an addition that was celebrated a lot, but felt like it did peter off a little bit. But on a team like Talon, I'm sure he has so much to add. On the other hand, the Urkas sort of leans into a game that contrasts in the philosophies in both the Australian IGLs, right? It's more a place of comfort. Once upon a time played with the Greyhound boys, knows these players very closely, knows how to motivate them, but doesn't necessarily bring that European experience. It's two very different philosophies taken by two very different teams, but both from the same country.
Yeah, no, I think as well, Urcast, it is largely familiarity and, keeping atmosphere in the right place. I think when we're looking at DJL, like you said, it's more on the tactical side of things, trying to bring this team up to speed. But I think, NIP went through a few periods. Threats was also another one where it was like, oh, look at the way that he's innovating their play style. And then DJL comes around. It's like, oh, look, he's just like Threat for real. And then those teams seem to peter off. I think that's always the problem that I've seen is that they bring in these new play styles, they get everybody up to speed, but then being able to find a new way to approach it that is still able to use that old style, that seems to be like a weird problem that these teams seem to have when DJL or Thread or any of those NIP coaches seems to have. But I don't know that's on them. I don't really know whatever happens in NIP kind of stays in NIP.
Everyone says that you have to discount the NIP peer, but is that true for coaches? I don't know. But regardless, I think it's a great addition because obviously at the end of the day, you're going to be limited in the kind of coaches that you can get. I think DJL is a coach who has had legitimate tier 1 experience, both as an assistant coach and as a key piece. But then obviously you're contrasting him with Urkast, who, listen, he might be an atmospheric guy, but DJL hasn't necessarily always been known as a leader of men in the same ways. That's not the reputation he has accrued about him, even if that might be the case inside the server. So it is interesting, Michael, especially when you look at it from a wider gaze, right? Because now Dexter is in Azur's position. Now FlyQuest are the top team in Australia. Now they do have money. It's a big organization behind them, but they've chosen not to bring in outside influences. They've investigated getting analysts, they've investigated this and that, but roster moves have never been on the table. Code change has never been on the table. It has been organic growth to spur them on. In contrast, as is bringing in MHL right now, once upon a time brought in Nifty and NAF, DJL's behind him to help them out as well. It's a very cutthroat versus very homegrown atmosphere, but somehow homegrown, the cottagecore industry is looking to impress the world.
Listen, it seems like everybody's doing it. International teams are kind of all the rage at the moment. You see the success that teams like M80 in the Americas that people will be able to watch, in the coming days as well. they pulled European talent, and that definitely helped elevate their gameplay, not only bringing the Americans up to speed, but then also some of the philosophies of those European guys did carry over. And I think a lot of other teams have kind of followed suit. You know, we've seen the fully international model work, and now we're seeing the diversification model also bear some fruit. And so I think it is the right way to approach it. You know, we've had discussions, I know, before about the popularization of using, you know, European players in the Middle Eastern qualifiers, for example.
Yeah.
But that is a method through which you get the Middle Eastern players to see the game in a way that maybe they hadn't before, or they get to appreciate a different brand of Counter-Strike in ways that maybe would have been inaccessible before. So I think you can level up your scene quite quickly, actually, when you have that cross-pollination.
Look, at the same time, you did just win a big old tournament in Atlanta, which had legitimate opposition out, so maybe not quite needed so far. Maybe you want to push it to the limits at first. And listen, on the other hand, for ASIA, we also have to remember that Talon is an organization that very specifically has picked up a team to try and compete for the major, to try and make it there, and they've invested legitimate money into it. Always boot camping, always doing everything, but now they have to prove it up against their compatriots on Inferno, a map that they opted into over Anubis. Let's see how they do as MHL starts off for the bank.
Yeah, a dangerous derby, and you see MHL just willing to take fights. This is exactly the type of play you expect from him on the CT side. When he gets that AWP, I'll expect to see more of the same. It's a great way to kick things off. FlyQuest currently frozen in their tracks outside of Dexter and Liaz, now probing inside of brackets. And they have called their teammates over, but MHL is keeping a watchful eye on the potential wrap.
Smoking off motor, but there's still enough utility left for FlyQuest to try and reroute it. All about ASIA, and he's found the head. Re-peeks back in, still contesting, knows that Liaz has had the chance to cross over, but Liaz separated from his teammate. This 2 versus 5 is going to get even more difficult. A strong start to things as Talon come through, guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely handled. A team ace as well. Talon, everyone contributing in this defense. 1 kill here, keeping tabs on the progress of FlyQuest and plugging up gaps very quickly. Fantastic stuff into this Inferno. They'll get the ball rolling early. They can get more money made on these SMGs, perhaps. But FlyQuest are snapping straight into the force buy.
Tech9s across the board. They will be going for what looks like maybe even a bit more of a faster apartment threaten before rerouting back to B. That's where the bomb is waiting. Have to be careful on the Talon side. You do have only a couple of M4s, a lot of MP9 presence across the team as they want to aggress forward, but the Tech9s can receive very effectively. A side is the target. Mark my words, MHL has to be the man to deliver, and he's got the auto jump out. Vex side gets a double, and now Liaz with a recovered M4 moves forward. Addict has to perform in the 3 versus 4 as they start to move forward. Spotted out by the far MP9, traded out by the close M4. Picture perfect from FlyQuest.
I mean, 2 guns in their hands, and they're the 2 premium rifles they brought forward. You know, this will be difficult for Talon, but they may feel like they have to challenge for this. 2 on 3, and these players are low enough that you can think about it. I mean, close range with that MP9, you'll find that kill quick if you land a snappy headshot. They do have a kid on Nedic as well. He will have to be the one to lead the way.
In such a deadly position, though, you're never going to be able to take him out of a pit like that. And Liaz finding the first, In's taken down. Liaz doubles up to 3, and FlyQuest will break the hearts of Talon right as they start to pick up some morale. That jump from MHL, Michael, sending them down.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tilter, and I don't even know why it happens. You know, it's not like he's in a particularly high threat position. You know, he just gets a clean kill. He's ready to re-peek and yeah, just hits a jump. And I mean, that's really unfortunate. I don't know what would have caused that, whether it's a scroll wheel or a heavy hand, but it's a big mistake nonetheless.
Sharp shooting from backside as well to punish. The double kill can't be understated. Giving them those M4s to try and find off of. Talon in the meanwhile, their return force buy is unlikely to find the same success, but Let's not count our chickens before they die.
Seeing the same kind of pace out of FlyQuest. Opening 30-40 seconds are just containment, and how they poke and probe. Kind of lucky there for Inzi. Committed quite far out, but didn't take a single bullet. So got some information for free. You can see Talon now trying to very quickly rotate and reinforce his A play, because FlyQuest cuts down to B.
It's a great timing on the smoke as well, Michael. MHL's in a fantastic position, but he's missed the shoulder as it was offered up to him. Now will be flashed and smoked off. He's rerouting back to short, and for good reason. That's exactly where FlyQuest have set their sights as well. First tag is out. They need to start switching out for the 5-7 as well, but it's fully blind, and as it is, Inns, Dexter, and Vexite take over that A site. FlyQuest will follow up.
Yeah, the problem is that, I mean, they got the rotates into spawn, both library as well, but both were segmented by smokes. I mean, very simple kind of layered execute there for FlyQuest. They build the potential for a wrap, and then they start to approach out from short in the apartments. And, you know, just in that interim, Talon are still basically two on the site proper. Had to be a desperate move through that smoke. I can't remember from which rotating player, but that's what Dexter was there to sort of siphon off. So it is well called. They don't miss any of their eyes. Just crossing their T's. They'll keep 4 alive as well after a successful second round, after their success in that force buy.
Indeed.
And now Talon are going to have to bend the knee.
Acute stacks all you can really hope to find success of a half a Talon. Rebuying into things would be a little bit too much. Problem is, even in the next round, you're going to have only 4,400 on MHL, so you're not going to be seeing the AWP come out. Hazard could theoretically drop one if he gets a kill and stays alive with this M4 armor, but that is asking for a lot. Netic, though, is delivering a lot. Starts off with a very clean first kill, still aggressively postured, has got the backup of his teammates, and Alistair shuts him down. Molotov to stop anyone else from coming in and providing further assistance. There's 4 players in brackets. That's something you definitely have to be careful of. Hazard overrun as Vexite detects him. There's a USP on the other side, which has gotten the first headshot, maybe. Transfer more, but instead Addict has been shot down, and Vexite continues to perform.
Good coverage as well by Liaz, and Vexite will even be able to get a following frag, as well as upgrade to that M4.
There you go. All you can ask for. Here's the thing about Vexite, Michael. I do know that I particularly sometimes ask questions because he's a very high variance player, but if you ever see him domestically, there's no questions asked about his skill set, and right now he is playing domestic Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think that's always the thing when we come into these RMRs. We're thinking, can Vexite live up to the expectations of being a star player? And, you know, being one of those sort of next up players in the region. And whenever we see him at these RMRs, we think, yeah, he can. But it's that next step above that he has to be able to take.
Well, he's literally taking that next step above, and he's burning. It feels like there's a metaphor in there. I'm not smart enough to figure it out.
Don't mess with a hot
Fire?
kitchen.
No, that's true, actually. Good point. Stoves can burn. Oh, no! I don't know about a hot kitchen, but Inns is cooking.
That's...
Medic taken down.
That timing is actually ridiculous. I mean, just perfect burst spam through the edge of that smoke. I mean, there's not a lot you can do there if you're Netic.
Smoke out from Hazard as he starts to rotate back over to the A site. Talon are calling a clear gamble. Stack over into A, see if you can fight for brackets. If you get a couple of kills, even if it's going to be a B-bomb site hit, you can play for the retake. But the couple of kills are not easy to find. First flashbang delays presence. Vexite still gets one somehow. Finding the kill.
I think he got confirmation on at least 2 more players, but they're still unsure about whether the B bomb site is occupied. That will work to Hazard's advantage. Smoke is awkward around the edge of it. Again, the timing here from the spams around smokes is near flawless here from FlyQuest. From Inns on the opener to Liaz as the close, because now Talon are full saving. They didn't get fair gunfights.
Hello, Astralis 2018. Is that you? Did you give your config to FlyQuest?
Yeah, that's, I mean, just impeccable work. Of course, when you shoot, you can see a little bit through those smokes. But,
True.
I mean, these
It's a
bursts
lot
were just,
harder than it seems.
Yeah, but also, I mean, these bursts were just right on the money from bullet one, so.
Talon not feeling too right. Not only did they lose the anti-force by partially, I mean, I'm not going to put it all on it, but partially because of a jumping MHL. Now you're losing players to smokes. Feels like every time you're putting yourself in a position to call for a nice gamble, you're being overcome by FlyQuest and their individuals. It's a hard road to travel, and Talon, they do feel like they need some momentum soon. A timeout, perhaps, a pocket call, an off from MHL. That will be seen in the next round, hopefully. FlyQuest stay passive, though. On banana, flashbang out for MHL. He is fully blinded. Dexter wants to take the fight forward, but MHL turns the corner again. The flash is just not working in his favor, and Vexite continues to be the menace in brackets.
I felt like I was watching a tennis match of just flashbangs. Every time Talon went to make a move, FlyQuest had another flash also hitting a similar timing. 5-on-4 found by FlyQuest. Talon had a chance. Oh,
come on.
Alistair had a tag down to 46. So B players put on notice. Brackets definitely could have been a timing where it was occupied. Now MHL has fully cleared that out.
Alistair is having what I believe is known as the perfect T-side Inferno opping game. He's 1-1. Hasn't been very needed.
James dreams of games like this.
Looks at Yekendar's photos wistfully. MHL, though, peeks out, and there goes Dexter, and there goes the advantage for FlyQuest. Remember, they're not completely sure about what this buy is looking like. For all they know, it could be a 4 stack, but the stack is not going to be there on the A side this time. MHL still delivers, but he puts his gun away. Repositions, move back, and Azir is desperately calling for help, but help will be nowhere to be seen. He has to shoot them out himself. Inns is turned around, but so is Azir somehow. Not detecting presence behind him, his spidey senses are disabled.
Medic on this quick approach in from short, though, could be something that catches them out, but he has to go on a fast timing. Inns inside a grave. Off angle is great. Nedic, the adjustments there, the spam almost connects as well. Inns down to 18, but they needed a clean pick, and without that, Nedic will make his move away, as will Addict. FlyQuest have been able to break through once again, and, you know, I felt like Talon were doing a lot to try and enable MHL at the start of this round, hell, even towards the end with that flash play. But once again, you know, the talking point coming into this game was how much can you rely on just Nedic, just MHL as these more proactive pieces, and on a map like this as well, where, I mean, MHL gets his kill, and he hangs around. You know, he doesn't try and fall back, doesn't try and play corners. He wanted to take another fight, and he got given that fight, but there were more numbers there than MHL had.
And unfortunately, I mean, Azir, obviously, we've touted him for his in-game leading. We've touted him for his CV, right? His resume is fantastic, but are we going to see him show up in the server? Moments like that can be big turning points. Turn around, going to kill an Inns. Maybe it's a little bit easier. Maybe their positions are a little bit weaker. You never know what things would look like.
I think the problem is when you're hiding on double stack like that, you actually kind of don't want to fight someone that's crossing into pit because they're looking that way anyway for fights to Moto. And, you know, in his eyes, his fight had to come from the front side of the site. Had Inns not had his head on a swivel, you may have even missed him, to be honest. You know, clearing out mini pit or clearing out big pit proper.
I said it might have been the right move, but unfortunately, it doesn't give him the kill they need. And that's sometimes a problem with making the right move. Right now, though, it has to be now. Talon might not get a second chance over here. They have the AWP out for MHL. It is trying to take over brackets all on its own. There's more aggression out towards Banana, and inside that aggression, Nedic will displace Inns from the server. Still, refacing back into brackets. That's the plan for FlyQuest. MHL now with the AWP, his weapon of choice. But Alistair's getting more aggressive as well. He knows he's lost one of his main riflers. He knows he needs to be more involved. Covering off arches, waiting for the re-aggression. But that re-aggression isn't being offered up. MHL as well. Just a passive angle back to Boiler. It's all a game of chicken, and he has clucked. Backside to once again put him down 8 and 4, and it feels like every single kill has allowed them to open up this A site.
Talon are still sticking to their guns, though. 3 players still remain. Hazard holding onto that Archer's wrap while there's re-aggression lined up. Azir set up by the flash, and Vexite able to at least get that kill back. But the numbers have fallen away from FlyQuest. This is the perfect counter reaction by Talon, and they will reap the rewards of it. Great flash timing. The extra man helping them to feel confident in a play like that after MHL cedes their advantage. But Talon showing some tricks where FlyQuest get caught off by that one piece of util.
I mean, credit out to them. I thought that flash would be used a lot earlier. When I saw MHL going for the drive peak, I was surprised that they weren't deploying it. I thought that would be a mistake to point out after the round, but instead it's there at a much more timely place, I suppose. I asked for Azir to deliver, and he has with that quick double kill, but they're still in hot water. The second round is nice and all, but you're not resetting the T-side economy anytime soon. MHL tagged up inside the smoke and forced away. Nate as well to try and follow him in from behind. He continues to be tickled.
And Nedek has to be very careful about how he spams those smokes. Already seen Inns punish him once for that act.
Haddock is playing a little bit closer out towards brackets. This could be a Talon setup to re-clear out middle. It's all going to be a matter of when the trigger is pulled. Still 2-man setup out towards the B-bomb side with an AWP to enforce and a smoke and a Molotov. And you know what? Why not throw another smoke in there for good measure behind it? But MHL needs to land a shot. For FlyQuest, flashbangs will be critical. Utility being heard. Initial incendiary shown off. MHL ready with that smoke, will not deploy it. Nedek displaced, and he's still inside the flames. 11 HP as he's clocking out, but he's still alive, and that's where MHL had to deliver, missing out the second shot as well. Turns the corner, pushes through the smoke. Inns is ready, and still no support from Nedek, who's afraid of doing the same. It's a round where Talon felt like they were set up for success, but it's never found.
I mean, both these B players get, just taken down so low health. I mean, Nedek from the flames, he thinks he can play around the front side of the smoke, close to the entrance to B. And, you know, you just can't mount a successful defense like that when you're as low as that, when smokes are your kind of main deterrence from breaking the site. You cannot play behind them confidently. And if you are going to, you're taking a massive risk that, you know, one cursory bullet spamming those smokes doesn't find you. But FlyQuest, you know, looked like a position where they could have been caught off, but I think maybe even too anxious, too quick on the trigger to deploy that Molotov down. You saw MHL wanting to take that first face at the front of Banana, and that Molotov was supposed to cover his fallback, stop them from chasing him and running him down. And instead, you know, MHL never got to fire that shot. Then he deploys that Molotov, and you see MHL immediately reposition because he knows that Molotov is probably going to be followed up by a smoke. You know, there's kind of little point in holding onto that angle when you know there is basically no proper fight to be gained, especially on an AWP.
Michael, at the same time, I think one of the things that I discounted personally is I might have pushed under the rug that this is MHL's, third map on LAN in the past 3 years? Right? It's not like this is a man who is coming through and he's super experienced. It's not like a Jacob joining back into, you know, maybe a minor region team. This is very much a player who was an up-and-comer, who was considered a big prospect, who didn't have that experience on LAN, who never was really able to make it there.
Never played at an RMR level event. That's just not a part of his resume, and that's all to do with the fact that he was an up-and-comer. You know, we never really got the big opportunities, the big shots at events of this caliber.
And now that He knows the pressure is on him. Look, he's delivered, he's had his moments, right? But there's also been, hey, could there be more?
I mean,
But
in their
could there be more
officials,
for...
sorry, in their officials and in their scrims, I'm sure he segments himself away from the rest of the pack.
Well, maybe there can be more for Attic. Oh my god, Attic and Netic take control of the server across the map, finding picks on picks, and Netic now turned away. Dexter looking for a timing, but it's really his time that's run out. 5 alive for Talon, and if there's going to be any way to bring yourself back into the game, that would be it.
Yeah, I mean, you just need a bit of punch, a bit of confidence in your step, a nice sort of staggered take of Banana. They didn't go immediately off of spawn. They waited for the initial flurry of utility there from FlyQuest, that flash attempt as they tried to challenge that bottom side of the smoke. And Netic punishes some nice quick headshots out of that AK. And Talon dispelling any chance there for FlyQuest in that round. I think as well, Talon cluing into the timings that FlyQuest are taking. They're not going off of spawn in basically any of these T-side defaults. They're always waiting out that opening 30-40 seconds. And so that's where Talon have to be, I guess, they're most cautious.
I think MHL might be lucky to survive that. It felt like Alistair was watching out for that very peak. It drops down, backs off, and you're right, FlyQuest have been read very often, right? Even the rounds where Talon is losing, it does feel like they've got a good idea of what FlyQuest is going for. But ideas aren't worth jack if you can't execute on them, and that's where FlyQuest generally comes into play. Firepower galore. Vexite lighting up the scoreboard. But right now it's Inns who might be called upon. Alistair will hard scope forward, clear out the corner, leave space for Inns to try and fight into sandbags, but it's a fight that doesn't exist. Not right now, at least. Peek forward, Alistair's had his head removed. Netic right there to deliver. The smoke volley combination will dissuade them from the B bombs, and it has to be over to A. But that's not something Talon realizes as they're starting to rotate back over. Meanwhile, the bomb is stuck. They're confused. They don't know where to go. They've lost another player. And again, Talon have been good about not over-rotating, even as they're thinking about coming back in to this A site. Where's that smoke gone?
Oh, they're saving. FlyQuest are saving. I thought they were going to commit to this. I mean, if there was going to be a timing, it would have been on a rebound back to the A bomb site, especially with the timer being so low. But they think they may have missed their window. And so they will hold on to their weapons instead. Of course, these weapons do hold their value. There can be a proper full buy into the following round here for FlyQuest as well, given that they saved those rifles. But some nice clean shooting from Netic.
Some vengeance as well on the Inns. Random shot through the smoke. Yes, please. Why not?
Like perfectly placed first burst.
I am Australian CS now, old man.
He ain't even that old though.
Older man. Doesn't sound anywhere near as good, does it? Inzo. Fully flashed up, moving through, hoping for a fight, but again, he's fighting ghosts and demons. And none of them on the Talon side. Aggression into apartments is fun, though. Hoping to catch out Vexite, perhaps? Maybe expecting that FlyQuest would be going back to their old ways of trying to contest in for bracket. This does open up some late information in mid-rounds, and with Liaz dropping down, information has been given over twice now. Flashbang there, but what is Liaz looking at? Liaz, buddy, he's shooting at you. At the same time, as they're trying to swing out into middle, but the call is there. There is a timing. FlyQuest, despite their failures in clearing out the right side, will be able to move into A, but only if they accelerate.
It's challenging. Right now, Talon don't have the right read. They split 2-2. And as much as the opening setup was successful here for Talon, they will be extremely nervous now about how this round is developing. Must-hit shot here for MHL if there is to be success. That's Inns with the bomb on short side, but he doesn't take that risk. Smoke fades in the apartments now, and it's all on which angle MHL decides to hold. Timing not working for him. Progress from short can be made. A Molotov out, but MHL is still alive. Inns needs to hit this shot. 15 seconds, and they've still yet to pull the activator on Alistair coming in on the wrap. The flash goes too deep, and Attic covers the cross. Talon have got themselves up to a 5th, but can also bridge it into a full-on tie scoreline at the end of the half. FlyQuest, low money for the last round.
Look, the fact that this has gone from a 5 to a scoreline to now what should be 6-6 after FlyQuest win the P-side force buy? Gotta be giving so much credit out towards Talon. These last few rounds, it feels like they have come into their own ever since the banana control worked out for them. But can they escape the demons of the force buy? FlyQuest showed what they could do before. Can they do it again and find themselves a lead into the second half? Inns trying to accelerate forward. Early contest, this time over from Nedic. Dodging flashes of his own teammates, can't do the same of his opponents, instead evades the duel. But the grenade actually could end up working in the favor of the T side had they chosen to push through.
Yeah, not going to take that risk, especially with Inns being so low HP. I mean, now they do, at a slightly different timing, and they get picked to pieces. So maybe best left sitting behind it. Hazard will finish off this round with a 4K, if I'm not mistaken. Nedic able to find some contribution as well. But FlyQuest losing control of that first half, where it looked like they could have been set up for a full knockout punch. Talon really salvaging the CT side after they had that early turbulence with the pistol round victory into losing 4 spies. I thought they might have been locked out too quick, but they find a level out of Nedic that inspires the rest of the squad.
And as far as FlyQuest is concerned, so much of their wins were predicated off of what Vexite was finding, right? You know, Vexite, I'm talking about how he's 8-4. He's been this, menace inside brackets, yada, yada. When that stops being a factor, when Talon start losing picks over there, when Talon start playing more towards banana side, when they start focusing their pressure more onto aggression on B and defensive nature on A, suddenly felt like FlyQuest didn't have that second page in their strat book. CT side, though, is where they have to perform, right? Alistair didn't feel like he necessarily had all of those opportunities to shine with the AWP, but it's not just him who's quite dexter as well. 1-9 at the turn of the half. You can't be having this kind of form in a best of 1.
I mean, these were basically the 2 top-rated players in the Atlanta run. You know, it was kind of surprising to see Dexter above their whole team, to be quite honest. But I do agree, these are the 2 pieces that you would expect and most typically do very well against domestic opposition.
Next side spotted out. Just the one player. I don't think he's seen anyone else. But you know what? FlyQuest got a pretty good setup right now. What is coming their way? Talon love their Glock round calls. They love to come through, be cute, have some nice smokes ready. But going into the full force of FlyQuest, going into 4 USPs and brackets, it's going to be tough. But in they go, and Alistair and Vexite responding. Hazard, though, triples up his quad kill from the previous round. Not enough. He's not satisfied. He wants more. 4 on the server yet again accelerates to the front of the pack, not just for his team, but the entire server. 12 kills on this man.
I mean, these back-to-back big multi-frags from Hazard cannot be understated. And he could finish it off with an ace should they allow it. Molotov missed, and it will be Nedic to finish the job. Try and make up for that missed piece of util. Talon will still be happy enough that they traded so successfully. Hazard now 12-4 as Talon get their hands on yet another pistol round this map.
Can they convert though? Like that's the question. Nice turnaround from Hazard over here as well to find Alistair right there. That's beautifully done.
And they weren't thinking about giving Hazard the ace. It wasn't even a consideration. Let's just finish the rounds.
Job's not done. Nades and Molotovs. B control fully established. FlyQuest have not gone for a stack. They've got smokes. Let's not forget that. They've got 5.7s, and we know how deadly those can be. But now Az has got information. Flash comes out. It's going to be dodged out. The setup now made clear. There could still theoretically be players back in CT, but Talon aren't going to wait to find out.
At a certain point, FlyQuest are going to have to eliminate one of the possibilities. Especially as they start to use smokes to clear out angles. There's a lot of chance that, I mean, they won't be able to dispel a full-on execute. Smokes are out from Talon, but there's a lot of response. Alistair will try and play behind it. Has her some cursory spam, a flash in the middle. And Alistair will take Sanctuary inside of that smoke, so 2 players bypass him, but a third bumping booties with him inside of that smoke. There's a very fast flank on short, and while they make their way up on that cross, Alistair could be completely undetected. They have not got that bomb down as of yet. 20 seconds, but Nedic there to cover. He just turns in time. And so now this plant is secured. MHL able to punch in those digits, and while there are weapons that can be recovered inside of the site, that bomb needs to blow it very far away if FlyQuest want to get their hands on it.
Might not be the flashy 4Ks from Nedic, but I have to say, it feels like every single one of the kills he's finding is so influential. If Alistair had been able to get that backstab out, the chaos that would ensue, Talon, you lose a second 4 spy round potentially. That's heartbreaking. Gonna be a 1. Still, containment of damage would be nice, and as Addict will find one more, that damage should be contained. You can try and nestle away. Vexite in pursuit with the 5-7. Nedic is just hoping to hunt him out and make sure that he does end up dying at one point or the other, but Vexite's okay. Not that that matters too much. It's still a 2-round lead now for a Talon that we're down 5-2.
It did feel like Alistair had a very tough decision with, you know, 2 very good sort of round-winning possibilities in front of him, right? And maybe for him it's a bit of a shame that he ends up empty-handed at the end of it, but, you know, like you said, I mean, this is a dodged bullet for Talon. They're falling into what ended up laying out to be a trap. And yeah, they get the conversion this time over. Both pistols. But not every round is easy. Flash available here for Alistair, but it's the only real investment brought into the round. Vexite, of course, still carrying over that 5-7 in armor. Flashing for the mid-peak, and it's there to cover. Dexter, good timing, but missed every shot. MHL able to capitalize, and so now this B-bomb site is right for the picking.
Listen, Mike, we said in the first half that Talon had a clear window of opportunity when MHL gets the op. Got to extend the same grace out to FlyQuest, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Alistair in this next round is going to be wielding a big old sniper. And obviously Alistair is a player who we've talked about a lot. You know, he has individually changed his play style to have a lot more agency in the first 15 to 20 seconds of a round on the CT side, especially when he's wielding that AWP. He might be down 3-9, but this is where he needs to turn that fortune around.
I think in general the team's a little cold. You know, as much as, you know, Inns was taking his space, and I think he was still doing a good job on that T side of, you know, asserting himself inside of Banana. He wasn't getting a lot of, you know, picks or opening kills, and some of that was, you know, Talon and their reservations in being aggressive. But then when Talon were giving him those fights, he was losing them. You know, Nedic was on the other end of that stick, and he was being Inns with it. So
no doubt about that.
There has to be a big resurgence from really kind of everyone on this FlyQuest team.
That's true, but you'd hope it's with the investment, right? And Alistair, that's exactly what he's looking out for, anyone to get aggressive, but Nedic's also got an aggressive on the other side of the map. Dexter looking to receive him with wide open arms and fire. Exactly what happens. Nedic taken down, and that smoke's still up, but Dexter is hoping to disrespect it with some of those bullets. FlyQuest start to rotate back in towards the A-bomb site. Dexter with the re-smoke will be a little bit more comfy.
Yeah, I don't know if that call was a little late or what, but Nedic definitely needed help a lot sooner than that. They deployed that flash with a bit of hesitancy from those players sitting outside of the T-steps, and so that small lapse in communication, that minor delay that seemed to be there, definitely cost them that opening fight. Now Alistair will be called to task. He still holds nearby on short, and while that molly's down, he's anticipating a flash to follow.
Here it comes. Still not really being given a shot up. Addict continues to jiggle backwards, making sure he's staying defensive, not wanting to give anything up to the Opera. Still, when you're down 4 versus 5 with 40 seconds left on the clock, it's not a reassuring sign to have to see a team try and go back to a B bomb site where they're really not sure what lies in store. Dexter, positioned aggressively, will be able to call for rotations fast, and is Hazard ready for this? Yes, he is, but he won't get the kill. Addict trades. And with the smoke down on CT and Kaufman, this should be an easier takeover on the site, unless there's a stray kill through the smoke. Almost comes out. They're both low on Addict and Azir. That's what Vexite's looking for. He pushes forward, denies the bomb, but Addict denies their life. MHL has to recover the bomb on the site, but the comms aren't there, and neither is MHL. Now looking for the kills. He knows he's lost a round. Liaz only has to save this M4. Time's out, and MHL re-peaks to at least put a little bit of salt in a economic wound.
I mean, that comes very, very close. I mean, they had a great flash play out from spawn. The kill on the planter is absolutely the most important, but for there to have been an instant response, 2 kills via Mac 10 to capitalize on FlyQuest re-aggressing in that manner, you know, they have to be counting their lucky stars that they come away with that round win, even if they lose every player. You know, this could weirdly be a bit of a poison chalice. The reinvestment from the CT side is going to have a lot of issues. And I think Talon definitely made their intentions known. I think the problem for Dexter was that he chose an angle where he couldn't keep tabs on the bottom side of Banana, and so when all that util starts to sail over to his site, he doesn't think he can fall back. But, you know, we're more aware that, you know, there was a timing where he actually could have given up that sandbags angle. He could have tried to play more reserve, but he also didn't have any utility to stall them. And, you know, his angle wasn't exactly a disfavorable one, but he didn't have teammates that can make quick rotations. They were pretty invested into a 4A call. Talon definitely pulling a smooth move, but FlyQuest showing some ability to interrupt in the late stages of that round. Dexter, around the Molotovs, he'll catch Nedic around the edge of the smoke, and even a chance at Azir. Very low health on the opposing in-game leader.
Maybe we just had the wrong player from FlyQuest contesting Nedic all this time.
Yeah, just give Dexter that head-to-head.
Vexite is very lonely, but unfortunately, the cure to male loneliness over here is not rotations, it is utility, and he has plenty of it. Although, Alistair is moving back. Liaz aggressing forward, might be giving out fake information. Addict ducks out of dodge. He's not going to be visible. Inns tries to clear it out, will do so successfully. Addict to turn around to give himself a chance, but never really managed to make anything work of it. MHL got to keep an eye out on him. If there's a peek forward from Alistair on a bad timing, it could be the demise of the Polder Shopper. Will not be the case. Alistair, time ticking down low. They need this information so badly, but they will not go for the peek. Incendiary out. They do have another one behind them, but that's also Azza coming in from behind. Head found. Alice is gone. They know Vexite should be around the corner as well. Double swing planned out, but Vexite's able to fade away. Incendiary down on the stairs. They cannot cross over. Azza is low. He peeks out and he's gone. MHL all alone at the backstab and a front stab. What's going on over here? It's all the stabbing.
That's so well played there from Vexite. I mean, FlyQuest had to do exactly what they did in this round. You know, be proactive, try and force those fights. They were on 5 MP9s and utility after they had won the previous round with no survivors. You know, that's the kind of situation they found themselves in, and they knew that they could immediately find themselves facing down a double-digit scoreline by Talon. They remained proactive throughout the entire round. They found opportunities, they found picks, and even though Azir got his kill through spawn, they needed to flush out Vexite, who played it to a T with that Molotov.
Nice.
Double nade around the edge of that corner. Hell, maybe even a triple. Talon very clearly understanding that Dexter wanted to peek that half full.
Hey, yo, Dexter, chill out. You're not going to do that 3 rounds in a row.
He'll do it next round. They're not going to triple nade it again,
Yeah. You'd think so.
right?
But look, this round is not without threat. Alistair is holding a tight angle. And a jump across, forced miss, anything of the sort, he's dead. They're going to save that smoke for later on. Incendiary will be able to buy him some time. Talon decide not to be pushing forward. They will instead recede. They realize that the gun is no longer there to be recovered, and as such, they don't feel like they have an objective on this B bomb site. The objective has changed. It's time to hit A. No flashes, one smoke. It has to be shots on shots.
Well, they're very clearly setting their intentions out to short they'll go, and first kill comes easy with the HE. In's top side, Liaz as well in that cold box, then they're trying to flush him out. They'll succeed. They commit to that double swing. 15 seconds, and they'll punch in those digits. Gun recovered as well for MHL, the back of the site, but all eyes will be on Vex side. A smoke and a flash available. Alistair is just pinning them into the site proper.
They could
Couple shots exchange, but Addict really wants to take this challenge. I mean, he doesn't have head armor, so taking the fight at a headshot angle is really his best shot at it.
Backside's going to be spotted out by MHL. He's ready for it. Head taken off. Backside's gone, and Alistair has to clutch this one out. Where there is a force by swinging to one direction, Alistair has decided there's going to be one to the other side as well. Cannot win this round. Has to save this M4. FlyQuest with bad money as well. Talon are going to find double digits.
Terrorists win.
And they do so with so little in this. Round. I mean, this was. I mean, sure they had invested into pistols, but there wasn't much to speak of. I mean, a couple players with armor, some without.
It's just
They
a great call.
budgeted very heavily for that, and yeah, I mean, the call is exceptional. Pick the right site. They did the right amount of probing over towards B to force them into that 2-2 setup. And
They had the right read on Dexter.
Yes.
It's a bit of a gamble, but hey, listen, the triple nade gets that kill, and then, you know, everything falls into place like you're saying, Michael.
But also, I mean, they get that one smoke over towards A, and they don't get too caught up in the execute. You know, the flow of combat that is so typical when you run simple strategies. You know, they have pistols. You expect players to swarm, but as soon as they figured out where Liaz was on that cold zero box, they stopped. They wait a second, and then they call the double swing together. And that way it just makes the fight near impossible for Liaz to come out with more than just the one, and he ended up with nil in those two. So it's always going to be the problem with a domestic derby in the opening round, as well as, you know, new teams with potential, the expectations of success for FlyQuest. All these expectations can be damped. Opening round, best of one. Maybe Inns can throw a spanner in the works.
It's on one, traded away. They're not ready for what's coming for them. FlyQuest is overrun by stalwart defenders. Azir and Addict waiting for these pushes, expecting FlyQuest to make them. And look, even when FlyQuest was winning, this was what we kept saying. It feels like Talon knows what's going on. And that has been the one constant in this map. Talon finding success through excellent reads.
That earlier conversation we were having about preparation and Inferno.
That's true. You know, this is a good time to rub it in, Michael.
This is a little I told you so for me. But I think, you know, all the same, Talon have been hitting some important timing, some important shots as well throughout this game, where I think FlyQuest have, you know, I think missed out maybe on some of their star power. You know, as much as we'll look at all the iterations of FlyQuest, even when they weren't in success, there were moments where Inns was the best player in Australia, almost very clearly, and I don't think we've seen that level of domination.
Yes.
Even in the Atlanta run, I don't think we did. So you know, there are some eyebrows to be raised.
Yeah.
But Talon definitely raising a few eyebrows as they find themselves at match point in our opening best of one.
first. And they're going to have plenty of match points and plenty of money even if they lose a round or two.
Yeah, I mean, part of the run of success that they've now found, these 2 back-to-back rounds, has come off of basically Glocks and some armor and some util. So yeah, they've got reserves built up.
Dex is trying to get aggressive. He's trying to get cute, but they're ready for it. T-Plane out. He doesn't know that Azza's come up close and personal. Dexter wants to take the swing forward. Azza with a flashbang does the same. Head spotted. Player found out, but no real hard commitment for the T side. They know what's coming the other way, but a self-flash might be their undoing. First kill comes out. Dexter's looking for more, but it's Ins to steal it away. Vex side, actually, the one who took the first as well.
And Dexter just kept teasing them into a bad decision, I think. They knew they had him pinned inside of the sandbag. You know, Dexter, for him, it's desperate. He's throwing a smoke. His teammates throw a flash to try and enable him, and he's still stuck at those sandbags. And, you know, Talon get caught in all this, I guess, indecision about whether or not they want to chase him down or not. And, you know, they get caught by their own flashes. Not on the same page about how they wanted to approach that topside banana hit. They may have seen a world where that was the knockout punch. But it could have extended a lifeline here for FlyQuest. Still, round's not over just yet. 3 members remain, and with 25 seconds, they will start to display some presence over towards B. Like we said, they have money available, so they'll be willing to take a risk on a round like this. They will bridge into this B bomb site, but nothing can interrupt this plant. And Dexter is holding to try and spam this out of their hands. From the boost, they'll hit some damage. Dexter runs right through, but he runs out of bullets, and Hazard will find him through the edge of the smoke. 3 on 4. They've got this bomb down and good post-plant positions to hold.
This could be disaster. Attic could find this one of a hair. He does. Alistair, at the very least, gets the better of Hazard, but there's still another Opera on the other side who you have to be careful of, and it's MHL. Swings through for 1, spots out 2 more. Tech in his hand, but it's not enough. He lost his teammate earlier on, and with Vexite finishing him off, FlyQuest will evade demise.
Yeah, as Vexite was hounding down that AWP, Ins catches Attic trying to support MHL at the back of the site. You know, they both just tried to hold on to their positions, but Attic knew as well MHL kind of had to be alive just to show that extra presence. It's an important shot there for Alistair to hit, but considering this starts 5 on 3, it's a little close for comfort there for FlyQuest. And the fact they only keep 2 alive at the end of that round will shortchange Liaz coming into this next buy.
Dexter and Alistair they're both still on 4 kills apiece. This would be exactly the kind of time when these, you know, big veteran players come alive. They force it to an overtime. They show these young ones that, you know, you can't really breathe a sigh of relief just because you've got a couple of match points on us. But will it be the story tale for FlyQuest?
This is the type of cope I've heard from Australian commentators.
Well,
Or just
it does feel
pundits.
that way. Dexter peeks out, Nedic takes him down. The only story tale over here seems like it is Nedic. He is the protagonist in it, and Azir swings forward, realizes that maybe he's just supposed to be the wise old man.
This could be a massive swinging kill. If Addict is able to get anything from this position, if Vexite overextends, if Liaz does not hold the apartments, this round could fizzle up just like that for FlyQuest. Liaz, unsuspecting bullet shot, and Vexite, he'll get his one, but Liaz fails in his fight. He could not contain those apartments. It's a 3-on-2 with full control of this A bomb site. And sure, they've got a smoke, an HE that will tag up MHL, but little else. They need quick kills from ins. They need that star power. Alistair will deal and flush out MHL inside of the site, but Nedic's position is so hard to deal with. A great off angle, and they will swing from the pit. They will commit to the double swing, and Talon have beaten the big name in Australia. They are a new team formed 3 months ago, and they caused that upset in the opening best of one. I wouldn't have thought that they had a fighter's chance, but they came in swinging into this inferno.
And I have to say, they just made this a very messy potential lower bracket. And hell, they maybe even a very messy potential upper bracket as they're going to be going up against Rare Atom in the next one. A team with plenty of question marks around them. But right now, Talon is all exclamations. An incredible performance all across Inferno. Michael, you called it in the beginning. There could be something to read. Turns out they had the whole book.
Yeah, I think there were going to be concerns of allowing Inferno through like this. I think it always plays into the favor of, you know, honestly, in-game leaders like Azur, I think. You know, when you give this guy space and you give him room to breathe, I think there's a lot of good calls that he's able to make, and I think this was a prime example of it, especially when, you know, FlyQuest were, I think, running on the same time schedule a lot of times in that first half. You know, going into the second, they find themselves in a deficit, and Talon are just able to sort of continue taking that in stride. But it was that one round where they come in on basically pistols that swung the game so dramatically in favor of Talon, where FlyQuest started to get some momentum back.
And on FlyQuest's side, it felt like really on both halves, it was a story of one man, right? On the CT side, it was Dexter getting aggressive into B. Every time they won a round, it felt like Dexter's got to pick off in banana, or maybe Dexter's baiting out from sandbags. Something like that's happened. Every time on T side, they were winning a round, it was Vexite making a play. And Vexite had a pretty stern performance all across the map. I have to give him credit. And even In started to pop off a couple of times here and there. But unfortunately, Dexter and Alistair, the two big performers from Atlanta, never really showed up, Michael. And this was kind of my concern at certain points when we talked about this off of air, that, hey, are we going to see the same FlyQuest every single time? Are we going to see these guys popping off? Sure, it's just a best of one of air, but now you're in the lower bracket. Now it's tough days. Talon, meanwhile, all smiles.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think the FlyQuest guys will know as well that they've let this slip. You know, them traditionally facing Australian teams, it's not even close. You know, that's how often the domination is, I guess, asserted within that region. And sure, there can be, you know, a surprise map here or there, but that's exactly the kind of exposure you have facing off in an opening best of one. Talon did not have any weak links. They had moments from many different pieces, even the ones that we wouldn't have expected. You know, the back-to-back 4Ks from Hazard from the end of the first half into the opener the second. I think there's a lot of a good amount of stepping up from a lot of different pieces, when I feel like sometimes they were maybe too reliant on MHL and too reliant on Netic and some of their online officials when they were in AU. Now it does seem as though they're distributing the wealth, so to speak.
That's not to say that they couldn't rely on Netic. The numbers might not tell it, but I think Netic was by far the best player on the team over here. I mean, I would say best player in the server, but Vexite did hold up a pretty nice candle to him. Netic was performing from start to finish, other than a couple of times when he was shut down by maybe some kills through the smoke or this or that. It did feel like Netic was always in a great position, making the right decisions, and very often getting the nice shots.
Yeah, no, I just think they came in with a fire, understanding that, and especially, they knew that this was going to be their matchup for quite some time, and I think it was very well prepared there from Talon. Yeah, our standout player, though, is definitely Netic. I mean, higher average damage per round. You know, he got a lot of clean headshots. You see that total damage. He's even doing more than just his numbers would put up. You know, almost 21 kills in damage, even if he only ended up with 18, sorry. There was a lot of very solid play between, I think, some of these younger players on the team, weirdly enough. You know, Vexite was, I guess, touted to be that next up when he joined the FlyQuest core, and now Netic in this new project also rearing his head and having a lot of influence. So it's nice to see the new generation being the, I guess, massive driving forces.
Of course, not to say that the old heads didn't do too well, but let's take a look at the results overall from everything we had today. No surprises until the very end, I would say. Mongols taking out Alter Ego. Looked a little bit messier from the second half onwards than maybe it should have been, but Mongols are comfortable. DRILLAS 13-11, although a nice attempt from Lynn Vision as they almost made the comeback to overtime, and impassioned speed from Onipixel did help them move past. At least that's what I'd like to think. So Rare Atom, though, dispatched of GR Gaming to make it look a little bit more easy and even. Chinese was all finished. As you saw, it was FlyQuest falling down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, now it paints a really poor picture. I mean, Alter Ego, Lynn Vision, GR, and FlyQuest in that lower bracket where there are no more lives left, especially when we think about one of our RMR favorites in FlyQuest being in that lower bracket. It is going to be quite the run they'll have to make. You know, win that game against GR, then the loser of I think the Talon Rare Atom series. You know, there's actually, no, I think it's actually flipped, if I'm not mistaken. They might have to face the DRILLAS. So I'm not going to pretend like I know, but the problem is you have to now make that lower bracket run where you're maybe expecting that this first game should have been an easier time for them. And, you know, the path to Shanghai can be so quick if you win your opening best of 1, the opening best of 3 as well. Sure, you're already in Shanghai, but the opening stage is really the goal for all of these teams. And, you know, the expectations for the Mongols and FlyQuest were that they would be there with basically little push.
Look, we might not know the brackets, but we do know the schedule. It's going to be starting a little bit earlier on tomorrow morning from the European side of things. It's 3 a.m. If you're in the Asian time zone or the Chinese time zone, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 10 a.m. or so. Listen, I'm not good at this stuff. Point is, you guys have got technology. You're going to figure it out. We have full faith in you. But in the meanwhile, we've got to be sending it off and over. We're going to be coming back tomorrow with more action as we find out our first set of qualifying teams to the Shanghai Major. See you guys then. For now, peace out.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xbet.